Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting. Wow.
Sorry, Mayor.
To order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Councilmember Moz.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Do we have any public speakers to address our closed session agenda?
We don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to close the public comment section of our closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. There she is. I'm I forgot to go down the elevator with you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Daniel Chan from Chinese Baptist Church of Orange County. Welcome. Following that, Councilmember Kurtz will lead us in the flag salute. So if everyone can please stand.
Let's bow our head and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord of the universe, lovers of our souls, we come before you as the citizens, good citizens of the great city of Anaheim. We come before you as your loving children. So we, as you commanded your servants to pray for the blessings of the city and also pray for the leaders of the cities. Lord, we are your people. Lord, here are the leaders of the city of Anaheim. So we pray to you that you cast your blessings unto us. Give wisdom to all the council members to rule well and manage well for this city so that your will, your loving will, your caring will work through us. Lord, we pray for the community. Pour down your blessing unto us so that this place will be a loving place for friends and family together, for vibrant business to grow, that workers from their jobs and parents raise their children with love and peace. Also, revive our spirit and give us strength. And may the loving Spirit will continue, Holy Spirit will continue to lead us and guide us so that we can live here with joy and energy, with love and caring. Eventually, we will glorify your holy names. We prayed in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
And now, if you'll join me with your right hand over your heart, giving allegiance to our great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America, Son and Holy Spirit.
Here we go. Just gonna let this hang off my earring. I have the pleasure this evening of recognizing the electrical workers of Minority Caucus of Southern California. We are so proud to recognize this dedicated group of volunteers from the Electrical Workers Minority Caucus of Southern California for their volunteer work at our local Veterans of Foreign Wars post. A team of 26 members, including 4 Home Depot employees, generously worked to install ceiling fans, electrical switches, outlets and lighting, and make vital improvements for our veteran community. Their commitment to service and community support does not go unnoticed by the city. By volunteering their time, their expertise, and their resources, They have shown a deep respect and gratitude for those that have served our country. So on behalf of Anaheim and our City Council, thank you so much for all of the work that you do. Could you please join us for share a few words as well as a photo with the council?
Jesse, right? Jesse? Jesse's
Don't all step forward at once.
or Jesse or Rick? Okay, come on, Jesse. Hello, I'm Jesse Elizalde from Anaheim Utilities and Local 47, and I'm also the chapter president of the Electrical Workers Minority Caucus. A quick background, we're electrical union members from Locals 40, 45, 47, 440, 441, 465, 569, 477, and 1436. So that's pretty much all of Southern California. So we were able to organize all these members from different locals and drive up from San Diego, and everybody put in a lot of work and a lot of effort to obtain all the materials and give their Saturday afternoon, Saturday morning. And we're just glad to give back to the veterans and to Anaheim. So thank you.
Everyone look at the
So right here,
camera
everyone,
photo real quick. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Hold your pose
Hold.
really quick.
Thank you.
yeah. Great, thank you, everyone.
So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, could you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. And we have a few this evening, recognizing May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week, recognizing May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as National Travel and Tourism Week, recognizing May 12th through the 18th as 2025 as Bike to Work Week, recognizing May 17th, 2025 as Kids to Parks Day, recognizing the week of May 18th to the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week, recognizing May 22nd, 2025 as Harvey Milk Day, recognizing the month of May 2025 as Older Americans Month, as well as Jewish American Heritage Month and Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And Mayor and City Council, for the recognition on Municipal Clerks Week, on behalf of our city clerk team, I'd like to thank you for recognizing Municipal Clerks Week. This is a testament to our dedication and our efforts in our office and all municipal clerks who work to ensure transparency, accessibility, and civic engagement. And speaking on behalf of my team, who are here, if they can please stand. It is a true privilege to serve the city of Anaheim in this capacity. We thank you for celebrating the work that we do and highlighting our role in fostering the connection between our civil government and the people we serve. Thank you. And I'd also like to invite forward from Community Services to accept on behalf of Older Americans Month.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Maureen Richardson, and I'm the Community Services Supervisor for the city's Older Adults Program. I'd like to take this moment to thank you for recognizing the month of May as Older Americans Month in Anaheim. The month of May is a time to pause and acknowledge the contributions of past and current older adults that have contributed so much to our communities and acknowledge those who served and defended our country. Through the vast life experience and wisdom, our older adults bring abundant cultural and heritage and historical knowledge, guide our younger generations, and ultimately improve our community. Through the city's programming, we continue to play a vital role in supporting our older adult residents through our programs, projects, events, and services at each of our community facilities. We look forward to continuing our work to ensure our older residents age gracefully, remain active, and live with a purpose. Thank you again for your recognition and your support.
So I'd now like to call to order the Anaheim Public Financing Authority, Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority, the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with our city council. Are there any addition or deletions to our agendas tonight?
Mayor, just noting one, we did have a public hearing under a housing authority. It was a public hearing regarding the issuance of the multifamily housing revenue bonds for the property located at 1515 South Calais Del Mar, and this is being requested to be withdrawn from tonight's meeting by staff.
Thank you. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first few speakers to address our agendas?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the city council. The public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the city council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. And I would also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the city council. For translation services in other languages, we ask you to please contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Se proporcionan servicios de interpretación al español en todas las reuniones del Consejo Municipal. Se proporciona interpretación simultánea al español a través del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva está disponible para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para servicios de traducción en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina del secretario municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la reunión programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:40 with the 90-minute public comment set to conclude at 7:10 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers please line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, on just agenda items, we have 7 speakers, and we'll go ahead and call them forward first. Our first speaker being R. Joshua Collins.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ. And first, just want to encourage everyone to give life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. Whether you've been involved in sexual immorality or lying or whatever the sin is, God can give you forgiveness and deliverance. He saves us by His grace, not because we've been so great, but because of His great goodness for us, and brings deliverance and eternal life in heaven. And the only way to heaven is Jesus Christ. But I also want to talk about the homeless issue as well, and the housing situation, and the need for, of course, housing vouchers and affordable housing. And one other thing I wanted to bring up also, the Housing and Community Development Department of the state has been encouraging the city to have public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element. And they say this is essential to effective housing planning. And I know that for approximately 3 years, it looks like the Housing Element Update Committee wasn't meeting. And obviously that's a major issue. Now, Mark Herbert has a lot of great information. And one of his main concerns is that the city is not having interaction with the public. And I think it'd be great if the city could have a moderated meeting, maybe in one of the councilmen, men or women's offices or whatever it is, just to discuss issues, right? To try to come to some solutions and make it easy. You don't have this wall between, each other, because that's hurting yourself. And he has a lot of wisdom. He has done some research. I've kind of looked over some of the things that he's printed off, and he's going to the state and talking to all these people because he can't get it through to anyone here. So why to make it so difficult to speak to, especially someone like him? I'm not saying, someone that is maybe they're using a lot of bad language at you or anything like that. I'm not saying you need to tolerate that. But someone that comes to you civilly and just really wants to talk about issues that are important for the city, and they come in a respectful manner, sit down with these people, right? That's how you're going to make things better, And like I said, he's done a lot of research, much more than I have on a lot of these issues. But why waste time, fighting people or just distancing yourself from people when they could help you? And we need to do more, obviously. We're so down as far as affordable housing in the city. And I think he would be a great person to speak with, as well as some others, I'm sure. But love to see that happen. Hopefully sooner than later. But thanks for letting me share.
Our next speaker, they can step forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sergio Bocci. I have the privilege of being the general manager of the Hilton Anaheim, the largest hotel in Orange County. And I have also the honor of being the incoming chairman of Visit Anaheim Board of Directors next year. As someone that operates in the heart of the Anaheim visitors economy, I can speak firsthand to the incredible work being done by the Visit Anaheim team. It isn't just a group that promotes Anaheim. It is a team that sells Anaheim every single day, with a position and tenacity of a top-tier sales organization. Through strategic outreach, relationship building, and tireless efforts, the Visit Anaheim sales team continues to put business on the books that directly impacts hotel occupancy, local employment, economic health. From now through 2028, Visit Anaheim's meeting and conventions team alone has already secured 1.4 million room nights, 1.8 million attendees for economic impact, and $3.6 billion across 116 events. And those numbers continue to climb as the team works daily to fulfill future calendars. The kind of forward booked business isn't just beneficial, it is essential. It keeps hotel like mine running, creates jobs, sustains local businesses from coffee shops to transportation services. Coming off a banner year in 2024, we've seen strong, focused tourism sales efforts can do, not just for hotels, but for Anaheim as a whole. Most recently, I've witnessed Visit Anaheim team commitment on a deeper level. As the Hilton Anaheim prepares to finalize our major renovation and be reintroduced to domestic and global markets, the Visit Anaheim executive team proactively created a dedicated task force to support our efforts. They didn't wait to be asked. They stepped in, offered strategic guidance, brand alignment, and collaborative support. to ensure our refreshed product re-enters the market with a strength and momentum. The kind of partnership is rare, and it speaks volumes about the understanding of long-term economic impact. When a group books the Anaheim Convention Center, the impact doesn't end at the exhibit hall doors. It spills into the hotels, lobbies, and local shops, restaurants, and attractions. It supports our workforce and helps the power of the city's economy. Behind that impact is relentless work of Visit Anaheim. They are out in the market competing head-to-head with major destinations, bringing that business home to Anaheim. It's a game changer for our industry and a major win for our community. I urge you to continue to support Visit Anaheim and all they do to make our destination not only competitive, but compelling. Thank you.
Our next speaker, they can please step forward. Katie Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken, council members. My name is Katie Pedersen. I'm the Vice President of Special Events at OC Vibe. We proudly operate the Honda Center, the Arctic, and the Grove of Anaheim. I also serve on the board of directors for Visit Anaheim, giving me a very unique perspective on both operational and strategic impact this organization delivers to our local economy. With OC Vibe, as you might know, a multi-billion-dollar project under development down the street, we recognize a tremendous opportunity to elevate Anaheim and the profile for all visitors, especially those seeking new and unique experiences that may not have previously considered Anaheim. To reach this new and incremental audience, we turn to Visit Anaheim not just as a marketing partner, but as a strategic ally through a multi-year partnership. Their team has built targeted campaigns aimed at attracting meeting and convention groups, brokered into 2026 and beyond, helping us plant the seeds for the years ahead when OC Vibe will be fully operational by 2029. I have had the privilege to participate alongside Visit Anaheim at major meetings and conventions, industry, and events such as IMEX, as well as the International Travel Show, IPW. Their programs deliver value across all categories of partnership, from hotels to event venues to sporting facilities, food and beverage outlets. Visit Anaheim's work is crucial for driving visitation, supporting local businesses, and ensuring Anaheim remains a leading travel destination. It's not just about advertising or branding, it's about filling rooms, driving repeat visitation, and elevating Anaheim's reputation in a highly competitive marketplace. Without Visit Anaheim's reach, expertise, and creative strategy, these results for us at OC Vibe would not be possible. On behalf of OC Vibe, thank you for your continued support of Visit Anaheim. Their success is directly tied to our own and the overall economic health and vibrancy of this great city. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Fred Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken and City Council members. My name is Fred Brown. I'm the Vice President of Operations and Technology at Hansby Corporation, as well as the General Manager of Desert Palms Hotel, where I've been for 28 years. Hansby Hospitality has recently celebrated 50 years of operating hotels in Anaheim. I'm also honored to serve as chairman of the board for both Visit Anaheim as well as the Anaheim Tourism Investment District's Transportation Fund. In these roles, I've had a front row seat to one of the most exciting and essential transformations our city has seen. I'm here tonight to speak clearly and confidently about the incredible direction Visit Anaheim is headed under the current leadership. Over the past year, I've witnessed the revitalization and how this organization approaches its mission. The new leadership team in place has brought an energy, focus, and both vision to Anaheim and that Anaheim has been in need of, especially as we continue to rebound and reposition ourselves after in a post-COVID travel world. I've watched the passion for Anaheim skyrocket across the Visit Anaheim team. This isn't just a group of salespeople and marketers. It is a team of brand ambassadors, economic drivers, and communication champions who wake up every day to determine to ensure that Anaheim stands out on a global stage. As the largest convention center on the West Coast, Anaheim regularly welcomes major groups and conventions that drive tremendous visitors to our city. With these large events, they fill the convention center hotels. We then see a compression of those hotels rooms not being available for standard travelers that would go to those hotels, so they make their way down to the smaller hotels.
and that would be the overflow that hits the independent and smaller hotels like the hotels that I operate. Thanks to Visit Anaheim's effort in bringing these groups to this destination, small hotels benefit alongside with the big properties, helping to sustain our business and support our local workforce, as well as generate TOT for the city of Anaheim. The strategies being implemented right now are bold and future-focused. They are exactly what we need to keep Anaheim not just competitive, but leading as we move into a decade of unprecedented growth. With the transformational projects like OC Vibe, Disneyland Forward, and rapidly evolving visitor landscape, now is not the time to pull back. Now is not the time to second guess. Now is the time to fully partner as a city, as a business community, and as a destination. Because as a hotelier and as a businessman, I see the alignment crystal clear between Visit Anaheim's goals and the goals of every person in this room. We all want Anaheim to succeed. We all want jobs, visitor spending, positive headlines, and strong local economy. And I can confidently say Visit Anaheim is running in that direction. Their passion, their discipline, their determination is not theoretical. It's real, and it's already making impacts on our city. Let's not slow that momentum down. Let's lean into it together.
Mr. Brown, I'm
urge
sorry.
a positive approval of item number 17. Thank you.
Our next speaker, if they could please step forward, Tina Riley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tina Riley. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing at the Anaheim Hotel, which is owned and operated by Wyncombe Hospitality. And I'm a member of the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District ATID Advisory Board. In that role, I represent independent hotels that employ tens of thousands of people throughout the city. As an independent hotelier, I can tell you firsthand how vital Visit Anaheim's marketing and leisure initiatives are to the success of hotels like ours. Anaheim's hospitality and tourism sectors are among the hardest hit during the pandemic. Visit Anaheim's efforts to keep Anaheim top of mind for both leisure and business travelers was crucial to our recovery. At Wyncombe, we employ 830 people in the city of Anaheim. But hotels and local businesses are more than employers. We're the primary engine behind Anaheim's general fund through transient occupancy taxes, sales taxes, and other revenue streams. Without our success, critical public services like safety and fire and community amenities like parks, senior services, and libraries could be placed at risk. With many public safety challenges that a city like Anaheim faces, it is critical that we continue to build a transparent relationship between city leadership and the business community. Anaheim's long-term success requires proactive policies that support economic growth, protect jobs, and ensure a stable general fund. We anticipate the Council's continued commitment to ensuring Anaheim remains competitive in the tourism and convention markets. With your support and through Visit Anaheim's strategic investment of tourism dollars, we will not only be driving increased visitation, but also protecting the city's general fund and sustaining essential services for all Anaheim residents. At Wyncombe, we collaborate closely with the tourism, meetings, and convention sales teams at Visit Anaheim to serve a diverse mix of leisure, group, and convention guests. We support Visit Anaheim's work and appreciate their continued advocacy for independent hotels. Their efforts are critical to our city's success, driving tourism, supporting local businesses, and enhancing Anaheim's reputation as a premier travel destination and a great place to live and work. Thank you for your leadership and continued support.
Our next speaker, Z. Coleman.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken and council members. My name is Zeke Coleman, and I represent Tourism Economics, a division of Oxford Economics, a global leader in forecasting and analysis. And I say that not just tooting our own horn, but we actually have been awarded 3 years in a row as being most accurate forecaster, beating out names like JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Moody's, companies regularly cited in the financial news. Tourism economics handles the travel practice for Oxford globally, and we look at how the economy is impacting travel demand. So will we see more or less travelers based on what's happening in the news and other places? It's been an interesting year. We've done studies for companies like Apple, Meta, Google, Marriott, and recently Live Nation, who wanted to measure jobs, visitor spending, and tax revenue brought in by the travelers that were importing dollars into the different markets that they were in. And the same rigor delivered to Live Nation and Beyonce is what we deliver to DMOs like Visit Anaheim every day. Over the course of my career, I've had the privilege of working within a destination marketing organization, Visit Savannah, and now supporting over 500 DMOs and destination partners across the country and world. And I travel weekly speaking about the impact of travel on their economies. We've worked closely with Visit Anaheim for many years, and I can say with confidence, they're not just a client, they're a national leader. Among all of our partners, Anaheim sits at the top of the pack when it comes to using data to guide smart, strategic marketing decisions. We speak with them much more than many of our other clients. They have lots of very smart questions, and they really, they drill the data for good answers. From the speed of their recovery from the pandemic to how it benchmarks against other California destinations, Anaheim and Visit Anaheim is setting a standard that others are working to follow. Now, one of the common questions we hear from policymakers is, aren't tourists going to come anyway? But I'd say, if you just flip that a bit and ask, aren't voters going to vote anyway? Why campaign? The answer is the same, because visibility drives action. If you're not out in the market, then your competitor is, and you lose opportunity. In Anaheim, we've measured that directly, and Visit Anaheim was an early adopter of our attribution platform, which connects marketing and website exposures to real-world activities. In other words, we track who comes in, how many come in, and then the jobs, visitor spending, and tax revenues generated by that visitation. And this isn't just theoretical ROI, it's hard accountability. It's part of why Anaheim continues to outperform even now in the face of a challenging national and global economy, changing visitor behavior and amidst tighter consumer budgets. Dang. I'm gonna close so you don't have to stop me. Thank you for your time. I'd love to say more. And for your continued support of a strategy that keeps Anaheim competitive, resilient, and prosperous. As a resident of Denton, Texas, I can only hope that my local DMO aspires to the same level of excellence as Anaheim, Visit Anaheim, to offset my taxes.
Good evening, members and Good evening, Mayor Atkins and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Afram, and I am the President and CEO of
Mr.
Carmel
Afram,
Connect,
Mr.
located
Afram?
here at Anaheim. Yes.
Sir, can you bring down your mic a little?
Sorry. My name is Mike Afram, and I am President and CEO of Carmel Connect, proudly located here in Anaheim. For over 25 years, Carmel has provided transportation services throughout Southern California. We accommodate both families and group travelers. With our bus division, we accommodate conventions and citywide movements up to about 5,000 people. This is all through and viable as a result of what Visit Anaheim does to bring travelers and also conferences and conventions into the city. We are locally owned and operated, and we are deeply committed to delivering exceptional services, creating memorable experiences for visitors to our city. Beyond our core transportation services, we also provide extended tour products throughout Southern California, including destinations or attractions like Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, Universal Studios, sightseeing tours in Los Angeles and the Hollywood area, the wine country excursions, Catalina Island, and so many other attractions in Southern California. Again, without the visitation of tourists and the result of what Visit Anaheim drives towards that, it would not be possible to do that. Our goal is to make Anaheim a gateway destination for Southern California. For more than 2 decades, we have partnered with Visit Anaheim, and they have been fundamental to our growth, and especially in extending our services across to a reach beyond what we could do on our own. With their support, we've connected with visitors from around the world and participated in innovative marketing initiatives and have been able to connect with key accounts such as Southwest Airlines Vacations, WestJet Vacations, American Airlines Vacations, Alaska Airlines Vacations, Qantas Holidays Vacations, and Air New Zealand Vacations, just to name a few. Through these partnerships, Carmel has been included in major airline vacation programs, and we've had the privilege of servicing their guests, further expanding Anaheim's reputation as a welcoming, safe, and accessible destination. Visit Anaheim's ongoing efforts to bring tremendous value to this community and help local businesses like ours thrive is key to our survival. Next week, I am honored to travel with Visit Anaheim to Australia and New Zealand for Disney Days, promoting this wonderful destination. Working together with Anaheim to show Anaheim as a premier destination, showcasing the extraordinary experiences and the exceptional opportunities here in our city and within this region. I respectfully encourage the City Council to continue supporting Visit Anaheim, their mission, and to drive visitation opportunity for all of Anaheim. On behalf of Carmel Connect, thank you for your leadership and partnership in supporting Anaheim's growth and prosperity.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Latisse.
Hello, everyone. First thing, giving honor to God, our true God, and the members of the council that serving truly for the people. I want to speak on this subject of Visit Anaheim, since I represent the residents. First thing, the way things are going right now, we're nearly $6 billion in debt. Does that sound like Visit Anaheim has been giving us a fair deal? Visit Anaheim was part of the trifecta that robbed the residents of Anaheim out of $6.5 million. During COVID times, that money should have been used to go ahead and keep families and children inside their homes. This was part of the jail and the FBI investigation. COVID funds, almost half was given to Visit Anaheim, and we know where it went with the Visit Anaheim, Barris. We know what happened with the Chamber of Commerce and everything else to take money from the residents. Now, second thing, this money was given to Visit Anaheim without no checking of their books situation. This also was given to Visit Anaheim while the CEO was making nearly $1 million a year, and the second person was making $600,000 a year. They just got through talking about we just had a record year of visitation and prosperity for Anaheim. Then why did we come up $60 million short? Because the system is not working like it should be, because we're talking about a bunch of money and about a bunch of people who are concerned with shareholders and not the residents of the Anaheim. If they did, they would defunct Visit Anaheim after they was caught dealing with underhanded measures, robbing the people. SOAR, same way, SOAR. If SOAR was working so good, why did we come up $60 million short in a year? Why are we almost $6 billion in debt with the biggest business in the world in our backyard? And then all of a sudden we got the hotels running around and they sucking up to them and they talking about, oh, well, we paying for it with the taxes. Them taxes has never got us out of debt. We need better. We need better accountability because that was taxpayer money at a time when people couldn't take care of themselves. We look for our government to take care of us when we can't take care of ourselves. We look for the government to take care of us when we can't handle it ourselves.
Mr. Batista, I'm sorry. Your
My
time is
point
up.
of it is, Visit Anaheim, they need to do a better job, even if they could go ahead and continue to operate in Anaheim. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We'll now move towards general comments. And our first speaker is Mark Richard Daniels. Mark Richard Daniels, our next speaker.
Somebody left a phone here. Should take a selfie. Anyway,
Mr. Batista, is that your phone?
is this your
Red phone?
Kenneth? Somebody's calling. So I can't add any more to Kenneth Batiste's great oratory, other than the fact that, anyway, the Visit Anaheim, I think if you look at it, it's redundant. It does something that the Chamber of Commerce, would do on their own. The name Anaheim, the name Disneyland, everything here basically sells itself. You don't have to have some redundant group that basically has a shady past taking money from the city to do what doesn't need to be done because people already know about. We're historic. We have a historic past. Disneyland should pay their own fair share. We should have a gate tax. Now, if it's not done now, it will eventually be done by a future council if you guys all can't step up and make this happen. And I'm talking Disneyland, the Convention Center, Angel Stadium, the Arrowhead Pond, I guess I still call it that, but we should have a gate tax for these entities that would bring in millions, even if you charged $1 for each ticket that's sold. We could basically, what we could do with that money in this city would be absolutely incredible. Now, the fact that we're supposed to give a do-over to Visit Anaheim, for what? I mean, basically, they took the money. They didn't have to, but they were given the money by the corrupt, convicted mayor, Harry Sadu, and it was like it was okay, even if the ejection of the former city manager said, no, Mr. Mayor, we shouldn't do that, and he was fired within days. And that's Chris Zapata for you that's keeping score at home. This should never happen. This should never happen in our lifetime. And to give reward to somebody that's already burned us, it should not happen. And I hope that you will all step up. It's not about you, it's about the future. This should be something that we should look at, and you should invoke whether it's by a measure to the people, that we'll have a gate tax. You watch.
Our next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Mayor, we've got it made. Paul White's gonna help me with Frozen on the sex trafficking. It's more than I can handle. He said he would help me to process against Disney on the sex trafficking of the Satanics. We know it's that much, and we're gonna take care of that matter. Anna, got her life back in order with Jesus. I got her on the computer and I saw the sex trafficking part where she said that. She said, I'm gonna find out what it's all about. And that's basically what it's saying on the computer because I copied it off my computer. And when I did that, it opened my door. And when I talked to White, it opened my door again. We're gonna get Frozen, Anna and Elsa both. We're gonna get both of them together and we're gonna learn how to process and file against Disney. About $1 million. And we're gonna try to straighten that sexual animation cartoon up. And we're gonna work on Blue. There's a list of those that are gay that are on right now. You turn that television on right now on Disney, on the children's channel, and you'll see it. And it's gay. It's homosexual. I was brought up with an understanding with a guy one time, but that's a lot of details. And I did do that, and I got exposed, and I know what it's all about. So you fixing to have me and Tom Tate, what it used to be with Frozen, Tom Tate, what it used to be with Star Wars, back together again. I'm gonna work with you on that matter, with Paul White on that matter. I'm supposed to meet him tomorrow on the phone at 1 o'clock, and we'll go from there. And we're gonna work with you on this matter. And if you're interested, me and Paul White, Mayor, we're welcome to come to your door and have a talk on this matter with Frozen, with Anna and Elsa. We're gonna try to put all those 3 people together, be 4 of us, to work on this matter. She shops down at Stater Brothers on Staten College where I live. And I go down there, I had 3 heart attacks at the time. I had one in Frozen's arm, I had one in another actor's arm, and his wife was Anna Rose from the program.
Cecil, I'm sorry, your time is up.
The guy that played her husband was on the program, and I had it in front of him at Target. When I came back to Stater
Thank you,
Brothers, I had another one in
Cecil. Sorry,
Frozen.
your time is up.
All right, let me
Thank
see what I can do to get with you.
Thank
And
you.
we're gonna have some time together.
Our next speaker,
Okay, we'll have
Carol
some time
Latham.
together, Paul White, and Anna and Elsa. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, how this is gonna work out in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Cecil.
That's what I prayed for, how this works out.
we have our next speaker, Carol Latham.
Thank you. I'm moving in the right direction with the Holy Spirit. You're on, Carol. Holy fire.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name's Carol Latham, and I'm the Community Outreach Specialist for the Museum and Cultural Center right across the street. And I'd like to thank you for your support over the years and invite not only the council and staff, but the community to 3 exciting events that we have this month. Friday evening will be the opening of our summer exhibits. It is all about Marvelosity as well as the art of Kayunai Kang. And then the very next day, on Saturday, we will have, I think it's a 30th Children's Art Festival at Pearson Park. It's a free event, and it's an opportunity for families to come and enjoy the arts. That's from 11 to 4. And then at the end of the month, on the 31st, we have our bingo, villains and heroes fundraiser, and that is a ticketed event. But there are information here, little packets for each of you, and we look forward to you joining us and celebrating what's happening at Museo this month and through to August. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For our next speaker, can please step forward, Rick Ferrano. Rick? We'll go to our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, advocate for Anaheim's wildlife. I'd like to say a few words about 5 of Anaheim's neighboring cities, those cities being Fullerton, Orange, Santa Ana, Villa Park, and Yorba Linda. These cities do not trap and kill coyotes. I spoke recently with the mayor of Yorba Linda, and she explained that the city no longer traps and shoots coyotes to death with pellet guns. So with that, I would just like to read Yorba Linda's coyote management plan, pretty short. The city of Yorba Linda has adopted a coyote management plan to address coyotes in our community. The coyote management plan relies heavily on the only proven long-term approach to managing coyotes, which is deterrence. The presence of coyotes is a common occurrence and does not warrant trapping or culling. The general policy of the city of Yorba Linda, of Orange County Animal Care, and of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is not to trap coyotes, as killing or relocating urban coyotes has proven to be ineffective over the long term. What can you do? What to do if you encounter a coyote? For the most part, coyotes coexist well within the urban environment and will not affect our daily lives. The best way to minimize the nuisance and losses caused by urban coyotes is by being proactive in keeping coyotes at bay by eliminating sources of food, water, and shelter, and by conditioning coyotes to avoid humans through regular hazing. And again, if anybody in here would like a coyote scare stick, which I had recently, be happy, just let me know how many you need. I gave each one of you a scare stick. So I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. So you posted your speech on how you care about the people of Anaheim. I was going to do it, but I'll ask. If I turned around and ignored you, how long do you think it'd take before somebody said, hey, we're over here, talk to us? You know, in Anaheim, a cop can kill a person in 0.125 seconds. Doesn't need probable cause, doesn't need reason, doesn't need ration. You can just kill somebody. You're all supporting that. You put your rubber stamp on that and say, yeah. And then you give a speech saying, a guy who beats his wife, you know, just blood pouring down from her nose, from a, you know, bloody nose and a black eye. You know, I love you, I care about you. Is that your idea of love and caring about the people of Anaheim? Because you all stood by it, and I sat right here. And quite honestly, if any of you wanted to make what you had said true, you know who I am, you know where I am, you know my phone number, you know my email. You can go on Facebook even. You can stand up for what you said. You could make it true. with the same 30 seconds of your life, you can make what you're saying true. You know, Visit Anaheim came here, gave a bunch of great speeches, and then split. Not because this is oppressive and painful and difficult, but because they don't care. They're in here for a great big paycheck. None of them have any skills or talents that are usable or viable. But you're considering giving them a whole lot of money, and you can't pay attention to the people who come down here with their heart. You know, nobody's paying me to come down here. The reward is impressive. Suddenly I'm free, and you know, you bragged about Mother's Day. You know, Mary Ash Aiken there, you bragging about how Mother's Day, you put a picture of yourself and your mom right there. You don't care about the mothers in Anaheim. You certainly don't care about my mom. You know, Greg Audette says he wants to do what he's doing, that you want to do this. You want to file false criminal charges against people without evidence. That's what you want to do. That's who you
Mr.
are.
Kay, I'm sorry, your time is up.
That's why we're in federal court. Trying to be nice, trying to give each and every one of you the opportunity to
Our next,
be successful and make Anaheim
Herbert?
something close
Thank
to what
you.
you say it is. Don't thank me, do it.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Do it.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I've just returned from Sacramento after a couple days. I'd like to thank Paul Hayek for reminding me to take the train. It worked out very economically, so I could afford to do the work I did up there. So thank you, Paul. At Sacramento, I turned to Sacramento because we can't get public engagement here. I brought along the same package I dropped off here at the last council meeting. It's 327 pages. I hit 7 spots up there. The governor's office, the attorney general, Paul McDougall, senior program director, Housing and Community Development Department, the Assembly's Housing and Community Development Committee, State Senator Umberg, Assembly Member Quirk Silva, Assembly Member Avelina Valencia. I got a much better response than I have from you. Of those 7, I made one connection, and they spent an hour and a half on that document with me as means of an introduction. That's called public engagement. I plan now that I'm back, I have 18 other stops to do, and I'm hoping for the same rate of return, which is 1 out of 7, 1 out of 8, 12%. If so, there'll be 2 other groups or people helping to engage on the housing element process and the lack of public engagement. The words that seemed to strike a chord as I handed that off, most of the staff went blank until I said criminal, stems back to the Sadu Ament years. Kind of went, I said FBI investigation. Their eyes perked up then. So it just, I kind of got my footing by my last visits of what sells up there. Moving on, Visit Anaheim. I believe last meeting, they said they had a surplus, I may be wrong, of $30 million. I know their budget's about $30 million a year. 30 million, what does that mean? Ask the 48 people on Walnut Street who were evicted because the city didn't have $12 million to buy that property. Why not? It was sitting in the Visit Anaheim. There is a cost by not keeping or auditing an eye on Visit Anaheim. And when the state stepped in and said, set up an advisory committee, why did you put some of the same people who were on Visit Anaheim who did not do the audit the previous 15 years? That doesn't make sense. The State of the City address, I didn't get a chance to hear it. I see again that the city of Anaheim contributed to it. I guess we don't have that big of a budget problem.
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your time is up. And I'll call again Rick Ferrano. Okay, Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive 5 electronic comments for general comments. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have items to share, I'll start with Council Member Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I have one photo that I wanted to share. We earlier today recognized members of several locals of IBEW for the work they do in the community. This picture was taken that Saturday morning, and it was primarily locals 441 and our own public utilities local 47. I just wanted to share that photo with you. They not only did electrical work, but they cleaned up outside and made sure that when they left that facility, that the veterans that were going to be going to the VA later on for a meeting and for food, we're going to find a place that was spotless and well lit. So again, I just wanted to thank them. Just one thing I wanted to mention was people know that from the time I was appointed and then elected to this council, I've been talking about the need for a senior center in our wonderful city that has no standalone senior center. And I've talked to a few seniors about active older residents, about what they'd like to see, and I'm getting a lot of different stories. So I'm going to hold a series of a couple of meetings in the month of May, which is active older Americans Month, so that seniors, active older adults can share what they would like to see in a senior center. Certainly our commission will be invited, the Anaheim Senior Club will be invited, but I also, if there are any other older adults out there that would like to participate in just sharing on what they would like to see at a senior center. I've heard kitchen, I've heard pickleball, I've heard a room to dance, I've heard room for computers, I've heard a lot of things, but I want to make sure the city is heading in the right direction as they're looking at a site for a senior center. So I invite those that are interested to contact me or my office, and we'll put you on the list to make sure you're invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have a few slides. Thank you. Starting with the Career Connections Unlimited graduation. On April 23rd, I attended the Anaheim Public Utilities meeting. Anaheim Public Utilities, in partnership with Anaheim Unified High School District, worked together for these students that you see here. Formerly known as Workability and now is recognized as Career Connections Unlimited. This is a state-funded program through the California Department of Education and the Department of Rehabilitation's We Can Work grant. Anaheim Public Utilities, through the collaboration with Anaheim Union High School District, provides paid work experience to both high school and adult transition students, including job skills training, employment placement, and follow-up for high school students in special education who are making the transformation from school to work, giving them skills for independent living and post-secondary education or training. So I had visited this group, or a few members of this group, back in February, and it was a real pleasure to see them complete the program and get their graduation certificates. Next slide, please. On April 25th, I attended the Meeting of the Minds Mental Health Conference that took place at the Anaheim Marriott. This was really a conference that showcased resources. There was a lot of education workshops, and this conference is both for consumers and professionals in the mental health space. What I want to share in particular, because this is Mental Health Awareness Month, is that the County of Orange has a resource available for anybody You can call OC Links 24/7, and you will speak to trained navigators who can provide crisis support or who can dispatch crisis teams. These navigators speak multiple languages, and I will give that phone number out. It is 855-625-4657. Again, that's a free resource through the County of Orange. Next slide, please. On April 25th, I also attended the Anaheim Public Library. So while this was in District 3, this was a program put on by the Anaheim Historical Society. This was a program on the life of Coach Van, Anaheim High's a beloved head football coach. Coach Claire Van Horbeck led the Colonist football teams to repeated victories from 1950 to 1972. Author Dennis Bateman recently wrote a book about his life and the impact that he had on Anaheim and football programs in Orange County. Here I am pictured with 3 alumni from Anaheim High School class of 1952. I am there with Janet, Jim, and Helen. Janet and Jim were, I believe, the prom king and queen. So it was a pleasure to see them. And I also want to give a shout out to the Anaheim High School Alumni Association for bringing out some really great memorabilia. April 30th, we celebrated the grand opening of Central Anaheim's new bodega market. That is at Higher Ground, which is an organization here in District 5 that supports youth and families. I talk a lot about access to fresh food, and this is a place where families can not only get access to that fresh food, but it's really a starting point to get enrolled in other services. So thank you to Higher Ground for opening this in District 5. Next slide. There was a celebration of the Mariloma Family Resource Center's 10th anniversary that took place on May 3rd. I was not able to be there myself, but I had staff there. And I just wanted to thank all of the staff at the center for providing this great, vibrant event for the community there around Mariloma. I'm almost done. On May 7th, I did a tour of Cal Optima's PACE Center. This is a center, it's in Garden Grove, however, it serves many Anaheim seniors and frail older adults. This is a center that provides comprehensive care. It covers all care and services that Medicare and Medi-Cal cover, plus any other healthcare needs. It's really a space where older adults can have adult day services and their clinical services all in one spot. Cal Optima Health serves more than 990,000 members in Orange County. Next slide. And then lastly, I wanted to give Lucky Duran a shout out. So Lucky works actually for the library, but if you know Lucky, you know how passionate she is about older adults. She is now at the Canyon Hills branch. She created our library system's first ever dedicated space to older adults. She also organized to put messages in eggs, and around Easter, staff delivered these eggs to local residents of assisted living communities and just shared messages of hope and inspiration. So I wanted to give Lucky a shout out because she is very dedicated to our older adults. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have slides. I jumped on the slide bandwagon here. So we celebrated Arbor Day a few weeks ago by planting trees and engaging students from Juliet Low Elementary. I want to thank our Public Works team for their efforts in making this event a reality in District 2, and a big shout out as well to Principal Nguyen and the entire Juliet Low staff as well. Events like this help us invest in both the future of our community and our environment and in the next generation of community leaders. So thank you to the entire Public Works team. I would shout out everybody individually, but we'd probably be here a while. So thank you all for your continued work. My office partnered with the Mexican Consulate in Santa Ana to host a mobile consulate event in District 2, providing essential services like passport renewals and other support. We're planning another one for later this summer, so keep an eye out if this is something that's of interest. It's a strong example of collaboration to meet people where they're at and to help eliminate travel barriers. Sometimes people can't get all the way to Santa Ana, or there's time limitations. But again, another way to help improve access to some of the important services and resources that the Mexican consulate provides. Thank you to Villages of California for hosting a mental health and resource fair in partnership with local providers and nonprofits in District 2. And yes, no, that is not my dog. Yes, that is our new unofficial District 2 office mascot, Obi. At this event, residents were offered direct access to mental health resources, housing information, and community support services. So I want to thank everybody that braved the rain. Shout out to Mondragon Market, Tacos Mondragon, that were out there as well. Thank you to everybody for continuing to support mental health in our community. Another thank you to everyone who came out to Canafe Cafe, or Canafe with Carlos event, where we got the opportunity to share an authentic Middle Eastern dessert as part of our ongoing community engagement and cultural engagement in Little Arabia. Shout out to our police chief, our fire chief. Huge shout out to a very, very, very happy public works director as he's getting his slice of Canafe there. Thank you for stopping by, for your willingness, in all seriousness, to having conversations with residents and business owners to hear their concerns and how we can work together. And of course, a shout out as well to the Canafe Cafe team for hosting the event and for continuing to be a must-stop destination when visiting Brookhurst and Little Arabia. Congratulations to our community services team for organizing a vibrant Cinco de Mayo festival, which was packed with music, food, dancing, and unity. The only complaint that I have is that I wasn't told the banda was going to start earlier than it actually did. So just a note for next year, Shawnee, keep me posted. But again, in all seriousness, definitely appreciate the team's work in making this event happen. Really highlights the strength of our diversity and the power of public places to bring people together and celebrate when we're able to. I want to highlight our April Business of the Month, Anaheim Auto Repair Muffler Care, a trusted local shop off of Magnolia and Ball, known for their excellent service and strong community ties. They're locally owned, they're trusted by many in our community. They're known for their honest service, for their fair prices, and the extra time that they take to make sure that every customer feels taken care of. Not only do they keep Anaheim moving, they also give back by supporting the Magnolia High School baseball team and investing in the future of our young athletes. So congratulations to the entire Anaheim Auto Repair Muffler Care team for your continued work, continued success, and for being recognized as our Business of the Month. And our Restaurant of the Month goes to Árbol del Tule, a hidden gem bringing the flavors of Oaxaca to the heart of Anaheim. They're located on Brookhurst, just south of the 5 freeway. Whether you're savoring the rich black mole, whether you're daring to try chapulines, which are toasted grasshoppers, once you get past the crunchiness, they're actually really good. Every bite really tells a story that's rooted in a tradition. They're handmade tortillas, they have warm hospitality, vibrant dishes, really makes it a standout spot in our diverse local food scene in District 2 and across the city of Anaheim. Very excited to highlight and congratulate the Árbol del Tule team for being recognized as our April Restaurant of the Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you. I guess I'll start by saying I can't wait to meet the office mascot. I'd like to take a moment tonight to recognize and highlight the exceptional work of a few of our own dedicated City of Anaheim staff members. Each of these individuals consistently go above and beyond in service to our community, and much of their work happens behind the scenes and isn't always visible to the public, but their work has a deep impact throughout our city. First, I'd like to acknowledge Sergeant Chris Cooper of the Anaheim Police Department, who I think is here tonight. Thank you. Sergeant Cooper recently completed the prestigious Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute. It's an intensive 8-month program designed to strengthen leadership and supervisory skills among the law enforcement professionals. And what makes this accomplishment particularly noteworthy is that Sergeant Cooper pursued and completed this rigorous course on his own initiative. His commitment to professional growth reflects not only his personal dedication, but also to the high standards of excellence that is representative of our city staff. I'd just like to thank sincerely Sergeant Cooper for his hard work and his ongoing dedication to the Anaheim community and his strong commitment to continued education and professional development. The next are two outstanding city employees who recently represented Anaheim at the recent Orange County Real Estate of the Market event. Our very own Economic Director Sergio Ramirez and Deputy City Manager Ted White, and I think they're out there somewhere. Since joining the City of Anaheim in 2021, Economic Development Director Sergio Ramirez has been at the forefront of transformative initiatives that are reshaping the future of our city. His leadership has driven major investment efforts in and around key areas such as the Honda Center, Disneyland Resort, while also advancing critical revitalization projects among important city corridors like in District 1 Beach Boulevard. Deputy City Manager Ted White brings a wealth of knowledge and over 27 years of experience in municipal planning, land use, public administration. His steady leadership has guided numerous people that have significantly enhanced Anaheim's built-in environment. Through his work in planning and economic development and housing, Ted has helped shape a more dynamic, livable, and forward-thinking city. Together, Sergio and Ted represent the high caliber of service that our staff works hard to provide. Their dedication, deep professional expertise, and unwavering commitment to Anaheim's economic growth reflect the best of our city staff, and we are fortunate to have their talent and vision working on behalf of the community, and I was proud to see them representing Anaheim at the highest level as respected subject matters in the recent State of the City Real Estate Market event. So thank you to those guys. The last thing I want to go over, and I know this is we're a month away, actually one less day after today, but June 12th at Maxwell Park, we start the summer concert series, begins at 6:30 with Pop Vision, which is a top 40s hit band. I know there'll be food trucks, games for the kids, and a ton of fun. I know I'll be there, so come on out. Maxwell Park starts the summer concert series on June 12th. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I also have a couple of slides to share, and I'm just going to highlight 5 things that went on since our last council meeting. Councilmember Meeks and I had the opportunity to participate in a Gift of History event that took place at the Nixon Library, where we were able to share not only history about the sewage lines, but also how Anaheim received their street names. So this was actually broadcasted to over 100 schools and thousands of kids across Orange County. So it was an honor to participate in that. And we are joined in this picture by former OCTA CEO Stan Oftley, who also wrote a book about Orange County for kids, and the chief of the city of Yorba Linda, who is also an Orange County sheriff. So it was just a really good opportunity to learn some of the history about Anaheim, but also to share it with our 3rd graders across the county. And this one in particular, I just wanted to share. So I know everybody has noticed, and I want to thank many of the people who work for the city of Anaheim, but we did have our ribbon cutting the day after our last council meeting for all of the improvements that have gone on at La Palma Park. Thank you, Shawnee, for your leadership on this. But with this, we did create a lot of different areas for relaxation, for beautification, and along with our Anaheim Police Department, we've been able to clean up the park, and we had a very, I know, obvious issue at this park with some of our homeless population. So collectively, I know city staff working with APD as well as Public Works and Community Services and Housing, we've been able to help people get off the streets, whether it's they may be arrested or offered services. There are just things that we're doing to make our parks safer for the people who live in Anaheim so they can enjoy some of the beautification that we've done here. So just featured in this picture, I also wanted to share the new mural that has been added to District 3 by Damon Lujan, who also did the mural at Little People's Park. And he's joined with many of our police officers there. Him and his family are up at the top. And then I also just wanted to thank the council members who were in attendance and also our Caltrans partners for the investment that they're actually making. So if you have not made it to La Palma Park, it is our 2nd largest park in the city. The beautification project is ongoing, but please take a look at some of the improvements that we've made so far. I also wanted to mention, so the last thing I did before I stopped really doing anything after breaking my kneecap is MC March for Babies, which is a really good cause that is part of March of Dimes. I know some of the fire families across the state have been impacted with a mother who passed away giving birth. March for Babies actually helps parents and families who have suffered from losses like this, and they also help babies who are born prematurely. So it's just a really good cause that I will be also bringing to the city in hopes that we might get some of our employees to participate and form teams for next year's event. This is my second year emceeing it, so it was a really nice way to just give back to this community. I also wanted to just mention some of the investment that's going on. So we have a Sabina neighborhood project. I know Rudy and Mommy's already had a shout out, but I just wanted to also recognize the work that we've done in this community. But since 2021, this has been ongoing. We've seen street, alley, water, sewer, and electrical improvements from Harbor to East Street in my district, which is District 3. These projects really make a difference in the lives of the families who work and live in the area. For anyone who regularly drives down our neighborhoods, you'll see the types of improvements that have been there. My neighbors, it was actually an opportunity for kids just to enjoy something that was going on when these workers, contractors were out there paving our streets, and they were very efficient, I might add, getting a lot of the work done in 2 days in most of the streets in and around La Palma Park. But we have seen newly paved roads, alleys, curbs, gutters, water main and sewer line replacements, utility line undergrounding along Sycamore and a part of East Street. And all the area has received a $20 million improvement in the past few years. So really grateful, and I just wanted to make sure that our residents are aware of the infrastructure investments that we're making in District 3, which I have the honor of representing 50,000 residents who live in and around or in the district. So just wanted to thank Public Utilities and Public Works for all of your support with this. And then last but not least, I just wanted to highlight, so last week was not only Cinco de Mayo, but it was also May 5th is California Peace Officers Memorial Day. And I know we had some of our Anaheim police officers who attended this in Sacramento, but every year this nonprofit also highlights or remembers deputies who we lost their lives in the line of duty. So 5 of them were recognized, and I just wanted to make sure that their names are seen. They are not Anaheim police officers, thankfully, but they are people who have sacrificed their lives to protect and serve our state. So wanted to mention that. That concludes my council comments for today.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Just wanted to highlight a couple of things from last week. I had the pleasure of attending the retirement party for the CEO of the Orange County Fair. Before being mayor, I was a fair board member for over 10 years. And of course, I picked the picture where she's not in it. I don't know why I did that. But just wanted to wish Michelle Richards, a happy retirement, and hopefully she has time to really reflect on her impact, not just on the Orange County Fair family, but the California Fair family in total. Next, I was lucky enough to go to Cal State University. It has their oral history yearly project. It is where they honor 3 people. This year it was former District Attorney Tony Rackauckas, our own veteran advocate Nick Berardino, as well as former Supervisor and State Senator Pat Bates, where they go in and they give an oral history on how they got involved in politics and what they're most proud of and their impact. I liked this picture because we were at the Sheraton. This is the assistant general manager as well as 2 of the servers there, and they did a phenomenal job at that event. Next, wanted to thank the Anaheim Rotary for putting on a beautiful Grapes and Grains program. This annual event at the Grove raises much needed funds for the organization and is always such a fun event. So thank you to the Rotary for inviting me to that. Next, this was a first for me. We had a convention in the city of Anaheim where they asked me to give a welcome and introduction to the international Elks from both California and Hawaii. The gentlemen that I am standing with, they have chapters from all over California, Hawaii, Nevada, Arizona, and then this is their national president, which is called the Grand Exalted Leader, which I just think is the greatest thing, and we should change our charter because it's way better than mayor. But yeah, he was just a phenomenal guy, and this is such one of those amazing service organizations that gets together, does a service project in our city, and really commits to making their neighborhoods better than the way they found it. So thank you so much to the Elks of this organization for choosing Anaheim for their convention. And then lastly, this is a picture from Santa Ana College's recent event. This is the first time we had our Ed Arnold Golf Classic after the passing of Ed Arnold. So it was really hard to do his job and to do the auction and MC it. He is a titan in this community. Santa Ana College is, of course, dear to my heart. It's where my parents met over 60 years ago, and it just really speaks to the power of what community colleges can do and what they can do to change lives. So I wanted to whimsically just recognize and thank Santa Ana College for all they do in the community. I wanted to take a moment to thank and congratulate Councilmember Kristen Maas. I was at the County Selection Committee last week where she was voted on to take a position on the Older Adults Commission for the county. So thank you so much for stepping up in service. And I know our communications team is hiding behind the window, but I wanted to take a moment to really give a shout out to our communications team. For those of you that were able to attend our State of the City, it's something that we work on for months, and it was such a labor of love, and I could not do it, and they make me look good every year, but it's really the countless hours and sleepless nights of our wonderful communications team. So wanted to thank Mr. Lister in the back, as well as everyone that I know supports him. It was phenomenal. You do a phenomenal job every year, and thank you for being my partner and making me look good. So with that, I would like to move on. I'm going to go a little bit out of order on our agenda because it makes more sense to jump to item number 31. So I had asked to see if we could move the May 20th meeting next week to May 27th. I did have a colleague reach out that because of a conflict on the 27th, it's also the day after Labor Day, which we try not to do. So I was hoping if it is okay if we could move it to May 28th, which is a Wednesday of that week.
Everybody gets out their calendars.
Right. And if this doesn't pass, so there's no point in going through all of the other housing and finance, et cetera.
I have family graduation.
Oh, it is graduation time.
Sorry.
What's the 29th? Oh, now. No.
29th is good.
Does the 29th work for folks? I'm sorry to do this. I really appreciate your guys' flexibility. Just wait till I drop my daughter off at college. That's going to be a whole other. Okay, so I'll wait for.
She's a little slower than
Yeah, she gets a little grace. Does Thursday the 29th work? Okay, sure,
She's
whatever.
dancing that night.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if that works, if we could have a motion on item number 31, and then we can go back and do all of the other authorities.
I'll move that.
I'll second. Can I make a friendly request to staff that we don't start like a 3:30 or 2:30 meeting if possible? But if we do, then I can just be a little bit late. But otherwise, does the 29th work for you?
Let me look.
Okay.
Sorry. Trust me, it's as annoying for you as it is for me.
No, it's not annoying at all. Perfect, thank you. We're all doing the best we can. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote on item 31.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the Anaheim City Council for the 2025 calendar year and rescinding Resolution November 2024-107. And this is rescheduling the meeting of May 20th to Thursday, May 29th.
So we'll now recess the City Council, Housing and Public Improvement Authority, and Anaheim Housing Authority to address the Anaheim Public Financing Authority agenda. If there is one item on the consent calendar, is there a motion and a second? Oh, I think we forgot to announce the vote. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The motion carries.
So for item 1, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Please vote.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to register, no, I guess I can do it on here. Never mind. I was going to note an abstention, but I'll put it here. Sorry.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 abstention. The abstention by Councilmember Bayless.
So
Motion
same
carries.
for item number 2, is amending the meeting from the 20th to the 29th, that Thursday. Is there any discussion? If not, motion and a second. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmembers Leon and Maz.
Resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Public Financing Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2025 calendar year and rescinding resolution number APFA-2024-003. And this is rescheduling the meeting of May 20th to Thursday, May 29th. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So we'll now adjourn the Public Financing Authority and reconvene the Housing and Public Improvements Authority to address the authority agenda. Item 3 is before us. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 abstention by Authority Member Bayless. Motion carries.
So item 4 on the agenda is the authority's action to again reschedule the May 20th meeting to May 29th. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for 2025 calendar year, rescinding resolution number AHPIA 2024-005. And again, this is scheduling the May 20th to Thursday, May 29th.
So without objection.
And I'm sorry, and the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So without objection, we will now adjourn the Housing and Public Improvement Authority and reconvene the Housing Authority. In front of us for the Anaheim Housing Authority are items 5 through 7. Is there a motion or an item to be pulled? Okay, we have a motion and a. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, Council Member.
Can I pull item 6, please?
So we have a motion to move the balance, if that's okay, and a second from Councilmember Bayless.
Authority Member Rubalcaba.
Sorry.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays for the remaining balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, so item 6 has been pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No. What I just want to make sure that we have staff in public explain that noting that as exempt surplus land helps the housing crisis that we're in. So if you just share just a few words so that everyone understands that indeed we are working to make sure there's as much housing, affordable housing in Anaheim that we can possibly have. Good evening, and thank you for the question. Yes, the declaration of exempt surplus land declares our intent to go out and look for a developer to help master plan this site as an affordable housing development site. This particular designation indicates that we believe, because this is nearly 6 acres, that we'll be able to accomplish roughly at least 300 units, and that a minimum of 25% of those units will be affordable under the definitions of the stricter affordability, which is some of the 30%. We do foresee, given the size of the land that is there, that we'll have a blend of income, but for a minimum, in order to qualify for this exemption, 25% of that inventory must be affordable. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, and I'll move the item if there are no other questions.
I think we have a comment from Councilmember Moz, but we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay, so we have motion second.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm wondering if out of that 25% of the affordable, if any of that can be designated for older adults.
So
Do we ever see
it's we have looked at this site for quite some time, and we are aware that right next door, Altamed runs a PACE center, which is, I think we talked about that earlier, an all-inclusive senior medical day center plus medical services. So that has long been our aspiration, is to ensure that we capitalize on that critical amenity there, and that we include senior co-located next to that amenity.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution, the governing board of the Anaheim Housing Authority declaring certain authority-owned real property located at 1301 North Anaheim Boulevard and 401 West Carl Karcher Way, APN number 073-083-34-38-41 and 42, as exempt surplus land, directing the executive director to follow the procedures set forth in the Surplus Land Act, California Government Code Section 5422, making certain findings under the CEQA and authorizing certain other actions. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So item 8 on the agenda is the Housing Authority's ability to reschedule the May 20th meeting to May 29th. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll move.
Please vote.
A resolution, the governing board of the Anaheim Housing Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2025 calendar year and resending resolution AHA 2024-008, rescheduling meeting May 20th to Thursday, May 29th. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Item 9 was withdrawn by staff, so without objection, we will adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council consent calendar. We have items 10 through 27 before us. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull an item? I will start with Councilmember Kurtz.
I'd like to pull items number 17 and number 20.
Okay, Councilmember Leon.
Item 24, please, Madam Mayor.
And Councilmember Rubicalva.
Both of the items that I was going to pull were pulled by my colleagues.
Okay, and I was going to pull 24, so we are doing well. So let's start with, let's actually move the balance, please. If someone would make a motion to move the balance of the calendar. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to note an abstention on item number 27.
With one abstention by Councilmember Bayless on item number 27.
The consent calendar included 2 adoptions of the ordinance number 6608, in ordinance of the City Council of City of Anaheim amending Chapter 6.40 Fireworks of the Anaheim Municipal Code to add provisions imposing host liability. Ordinance number 6609, an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending Chapters 18.06 Multifamily Residential Zones, 18.10 Industrial Zone, 18.14 Public and Special Purpose Zones, 18.20 Plum Triangle Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.24 South Anaheim Boulevard Corridor Overlay Zone, 18.38 Supplemental Use Regulations, 18.42 Parking and Loading, 18.70 Final Plan Reviews, 18.90 General Provisions, 18.92, Definitions, 18.120, Anaheim Canyon Pacific Plan Number 2015-1, Zoning Development Standards, 18.122, Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1, Zoning Development and Standards, rescinding Chapters 18.30, Downtown Mixed Use Overlay Zone, and 18.32, Mixed Use Overlay Zone, adding new chapters 18.12, Mixed Use Zones, and 18.39, Multifamily and Mixed Use Objective Design Standards of Title 18 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Adjustment Number 16 to the Anaheim Canyon Specific Plan Number 2015-1, Adjustment Number 1 to the Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, item number 17 was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
I don't think we need, I don't need a staff report. I just have a couple of questions. In the area of key indicators, and I, of course, cannot find it now, but there was an item that we removed after discussion last meeting, and that was the key indicator of economic impact. Can somebody remind me why we removed that?
So, Councilman, that was a council-requested item to be removed.
Okay, and I guess what I'm going to ask is that we put it back in, because I think the economic impact to the city is an extremely important indication of what the impact is from Visit Anaheim. And while I think, as I recall, somebody from Visit Anaheim, or maybe it was you, Mr. Morton, said we would obviously report that anyway because it is so important. I guess my concern is, while all of you are here and saying we will always include it, somebody may come along in years to come that would say, I don't have to include it. And so I'd like it in the actual report if there's no objection.
I think we have a comment. I don't know if, Chris, there's a comment by Councilmember Maz on this item?
On this item, yes.
I mean, on this point, or?
Not on this point.
Okay, did you have a comment?
I'll just comment because I think that was staff received that direction. I think it came from me initially. But the only reason I thought the key performance indicator should not include the economic impact, because the impact is really the TOT. And I think that's what we chatted about last time, and we removed the economic, because I mean, I know you guys either flew in the person, you gave a very good presentation during public comment, but I don't know if, it's great to have somebody from outside provide a well-rounded view of what the economic impact is, but our key performance indicator is really the TOT.
And I agree. So my next question is, why don't we add TOT to the list of key indicators? As I was debating this all weekend, and actually some of the comments made by some of the public earlier today, comments like Visit Anaheim has secured 1 million plus nights in our hotels. I would think Visit Anaheim would really want to show that. The other one comment was they're filling our rooms, and Visit Anaheim tracks who comes in. So while I understand there's a lot of other things that also contribute to TOT, 70th anniversary of the park, the Olympics, all other things. It still is, wouldn't be the only indicator, but it is a key indicator. How many rooms are we filling, which is what we want to happen, because we all know the more the TOT is collected, the more we have in our general fund, the more we can do with safety, parks, and so on. So I guess I'd like to add TOT as a key indicator unless somebody has an objection or a reason that we shouldn't.
Do we normally, I mean, when this was I know you weren't here when this was originally drafted, so you can't speak to the reason it was originally included. But is it meant to also encompass things like heightened sales tax or revenue that the convention center gets from conventions, which would be above, I guess, a little bit broader than TOT?
Mayor Aiken and council members, Christina Dawson, Chief Operating Officer with Visit Anaheim. I will say when we're referring to, just to your point, regarding the economic impact, that does encompass all the other businesses. And it's based on a delegate calculation, a visitor calculation, not just convention association attendees, but also for the visitor. That is a calculation that's used, again, industry standard by Destinations International, that is our parent organization.
Okay. Did you have a comment on this? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think I agree with Councilmember Kurtz to keep it in, because it can be a broader calculation. And not only is it number of rooms, but it's room rate. And then there's sales tax, for dining and buying and things. And some conventions clearly spend more money than other conventions. And so I would like them to track that and make sure that we are marketing to those people that bring the most revenue into the city.
Councilmember Bayless, did you have a comment on this point?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, throw in my 2 cents and agree there as well. I mean, while you might be expressly responsible for room nights, there are several other bullet points on that graph that are, important. So I think the broader look as economic impact is always better. And if you don't want to see the sales tax, you can always not read it,
If I may
Always
add, the hotel occupancy rates are definitely one of our key performance indicators, along with convention center bookings and the number of presentations that we make to convention center executives. All of those
And
are
I
included.
guess when I say include the TOT, maybe just the numbers, because we could see that the correlation of all of that and how it moves through the resort and that industry. We can see that as rooms are filled, this goes up, more money is spent, and so forth. So it's almost a check and balance thing. We can see all that growth. At least I hope it's going to be all growth, but it gives us a better picture, a more complete picture of what is going on in the resort.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Maz?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One, are there any other destination cities, I don't know if this is for Tom, I think, that don't utilize a destination marketing organization?
Councilmember, just to clarify, are there any other destinations that don't have a destination marketing organization?
Correct.
Well, you could just look around where we are, in Garden Grove uses Visit Anaheim as part of their TID. Stanton, Fullerton, Yorba Linda does not. I mean, large destinations that have a convention center typically have a destination marketing organization, because that group markets the city, typically the city's asset convention center, for bookings.
Are you aware of any cities that do the marketing in-house?
Councilmember, I have not. I've worked in 5 different destinations, and none of them have done it in-house. For a lot of the reasons with the way salespeople are paid based on driving certain KPIs, and the entertainment component involved with DMOs. I have not been involved with a municipality or destination that has run their own in-house.
Thank you. I have one more question regarding the staff report. It says audit recommendation 4 is addressed, which prohibits transfer of funds by Visit Anaheim to another entity without the city's prior written consent, except when it is necessary to pay customary and allowable expenses. What are some examples of those expenses?
So I'm going to kick that to our outside counsel right next to me, Steve Mattis, and he'll be able to provide you a little more info on that.
Yeah, so that would be all of the day-to-day normal expenses that Visit Anaheim would incur. What the intent of the change was trying to accomplish was making sure that if there was additional payments, that those would have to be approved by the city in advance.
Thank you. I know there are eyes on Visit Anaheim like there have never been before, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions by council? If not, does someone want to move the item?
Well, I do, yeah,
Oh,
but
I'm
not
so
related
sorry.
to that, but go ahead.
Okay.
Mayor, can I also introduce Leonie Mulvihill from our city attorney's office? I didn't get a chance to do that. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to staff and the Visit Anaheim team for being here. Tom, I'm going to ask you a question. I asked you it last time, but just want to, I want to ask it again. This contract that we have, this agreement, are we here because the contract was up for renewal or because we needed to update the contract based on the state auditor's recommendations?
So Councilman, we're bringing this back to you to include the state audit recommendations. And also, and with that being open to update some of the older language that was contained in the 2010 agreement, which isn't in effect today.
So we're not here because the contract was up for renewal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions in terms of, you guys can sit, by the way. You don't have to, yeah, you're good. Tom, in terms of compliance, what's the frequency by which we'd be checking this contract to ensure that compliance?
Councilmember, that would be typically annually with the annual report. A lot of these deliverables would be included in the annual report.
Okay. Can I ask, does this, the last time we did this and for this one, did it go out to bid? Did we put out an RFP for this?
Councilmember, we did not. We had an agreement with the Anaheim Orange County Visitor and Convention Bureau at the time of the creation of the TID. And then we had an existing agreement, which then we amended and restated in 2010. So they did not go out to bid, no.
Okay. And then can I ask, and I know, I don't know if our finance person who's in the audience would know this. I know certain contracts and certain things have to go out to bid. They have to be put out to RFP per different state and federal laws. Do those laws not apply to this?
Those laws would not apply under these circumstances. This is a services contract, and the city's municipal code specifically authorizes the council to enter into a contract with the contracting agency and to select that entity.
Okay. So to clarify, we're giving Visit Anaheim a 3-year contract. The contract wasn't up for renewal. And the only sort of cadence of checking in is only at the annual, when we get to the annual mark. Is that correct?
Councilmember, in terms of the KPIs, that's correct. We check in, we work with the organization on a daily basis. And the city does maintain a 180-day termination without cause condition in the agreement. So if something was needed to change, we would have that option as well.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for that clarification. I ask these questions because I do want to center, at least for me, want to center it, just given where we've been historically as a city with the organization. You all are very well aware of why we're having these conversations, why the state auditor had those recommendations that we need to include into the contract, that these are public funds and public dollars, and the importance of us asking the questions to make sure that not just that our residents are aware of the steps that we're taking to try to be as transparent and keep people accountable, but also the businesses, the hoteliers, all the folks that pay into the TID and everything in the resort district. So I'm supportive of the resort district. I want to make sure that they are all successful. I want all our hotel rooms to be as packed as possible. I understand and value the importance that TOT has on the general fund and working with as many people as possible to make that happen. I'm just a little hesitant on the 3-year contract because it wasn't up for renewal. And so I want to pose this question to my colleagues. I'd be more comfortable supporting this if this was a 1-year contract with a 2-year renewal following that first check-in after the first year to ensure that all the KPIs are being met and that the dollars are being accounted for and everything is spent as it should be. So I want to pose that as a potential update for this. a one-year contract with the 2-year renewal following that first check-in, and then renewing annually after that.
Tom, I have a question. So do you anticipate, my only concern is that we book conventions and a lot of our major things years out. Do you see there being any service disruption or any, any problems with the flow of bookings if we have a 1-year annual renewal? So we're basically turning the annual report into an annual renewal of the contract.
1 year and then a 2-year renewal.
Oh, not 2 1-year options.
No, so we're still keeping the 3-year timeline, but my request is, because given kind of that we're updating the contract based on the state auditor's recommendations, instead of jumping in directly to a 3-year, we're still keeping the 3-year timeline, but I would be more comfortable if this was a 1-year contract to begin with, following the review after that first year. If everything has met the standard, then it is a 2-year renewal. And so we're still keeping the 3 years if everything goes according to how it should be.
And then after that 2 years, is it going to be 3-year cycle?
I mean, I'm open to the idea. I would think that we go back to what we had and reviewing it annually, right? We were renewing it annually, correct?
Now, the current language, when this was created in 2010 and approved, it was a 3-year agreement with 1-year auto renewals.
And how long have those auto renewals been happening?
Well, since 2013.
So 12 years of auto renewals. Has there been any breaks in booking conventions or shows for the city of Anaheim?
Councilmember, breaks in terms of them providing the service? No, they've been the destination marketing organization for that entire time.
Okay, so just because you're currently being renewed annually doesn't mean you're not booking years out because you don't have that contract.
And Councilor, I can't speak for Visit Anaheim, but I think it's the difference between auto renewal and 1-year agreement, where, to the mayor's point, it's a very relationship-based service where we are booking large conventions 10 years into the future, whether it's the salesperson or the services side of the organization. But currently, in 2010, the agreement that we have in place today is a 1-year auto renewal after the base 3 years, which is already passed.
Okay, so since 2013, the contract has been renewing annually?
Auto renewed, correct.
Okay.
With the same 180-day termination without cause, correct.
Okay.
So I do have a couple of comments. I first want to thank my council colleagues for being open to some of the changes that we've made and tabling it or bringing it to this meeting. But I do have a couple of concerns still just related to the relationship that we have with Visit Anaheim. And it's simply for so just try to follow me for a minute. So we approve the contract between Visit Anaheim and the city, but they're governed by a board. So the issue that I have is that even though we have KPIs and all of the things, we're really not responsible for making sure they're following through or producing results. So, and I'll give an example. They automatically generate revenue from the TID, right? They don't have to do anything to receive the money, but they're supposed to spend it. But we're not really seeing them spend it because we have $30 million in reserves. That's an issue for me because our TOT revenue is down. In order for us to generate revenue for our general fund, we need to have TOT revenue. So I think if we don't have something in here that really holds them responsible, I mean, our CEO makes $500,000. That's a significant amount of money for not having our TOT revenue where it should be. So that's something I want this council to keep in mind as we're approving this contract. One of the things I would like to see included, and I apologize in advance for not bringing this up sooner, but reserves. So even if I think we need to incorporate a cap on reserves, and my apologies, I don't have exactly the area of this contract that reserves is noted, but the reserves is there's a only small portion of this agreement that actually even addresses reserves, but any good nonprofit has about 25% operating budget of reserves. We have 30 million. That's about as much as you get every year. Is that incorrect? Did you want to?
I'm going to address the comment about the 30 million. It's not 30 million. And we
Much is
do
it?
have in the annual report that you will see on May 27th, that has the fund balance that has been calculated, audited financials through December 31 of '23. And of that money that's in there, it's about 20-something thousand. About 25 million. 10 million is for future subsidized expenses for the cost of the convention center that we have to give to some of the groups as they're coming in to make it fair, because there's other convention cities that don't charge the same. So that money is allocated, 10 million right off the top, because again, our board allocated those reserve funds. A portion of those reserve funds is also set aside for these future groups that are coming. IPW, International Powwow, that's coming in 2030. The Olympics, some of these events that are coming. We have to start building that up. So several millions are allocated there. And then the balance is to sustain the organization should anything happen again, like the pandemic.
Which I understand which is why I think there should be a cap on it. I truly believe that I do agree that it's great to plan for the Olympics, but we've seen other cities plan for the Olympics and it hasn't economically delivered results. And let's face it, we have Disney who has now moved their president from acting president to now special events, who is focused on the Olympics. So I'm pretty sure we can ride on Disney's coattails for that and not have to keep $10 million in reserves, when that should actually be invested now to get more things for the future. To my council colleagues' comment about the one-year renewal, I mean, either way, you guys should be performing for future events now. You get paid a salary now, not based on commissions that you're earning later. So I think that should not even be a worry in our minds. We should be looking at next year when you come back to give us a presentation on what your performance is. You should actually be showing us the number of bookings that you have 5, 10 years out, if that really is the strategy. So I just want to make sure that this council is keeping Visit Anaheim. Like, your feet need to be held to the fire. You make a lot of money for what you do. And I really want to see our 90 hotels who are giving 2% of their actually gross revenue to your organization without you having to do anything to earn that you're actually making sure that people who are putting it out there are actually receiving heads and beds. Because we did see Hilton and other big hotels here, but I didn't see any of the smaller hotels. So those 5 convention hotels are benefiting most from the conventions being booked, but we're not getting the bigger conventions or youth sports. So I would love you to think outside of the box. I've also heard about for lack of a better word, the kickbacks that some of these agents are receiving for buying down room rates. I don't know, I'm hearing from some of our hoteliers that that's not really beneficial to them, but you should be careful, because that could potentially be a legal issue that you have to deal with again in the future, because these are public funds and you can't really be incentivizing third parties with these types of funds. So do you understand my concern? I may not have the support from my council colleagues to add the cap on the reserves, but I really, really highly recommend that we consider doing that, because even if we have to move to a different third party, not that I want to do that, I value Visit Anaheim, believe it or not. I understand how these associations work. But if we don't have reserves, it took us long enough to get the $3 million back from you guys, let alone how would we get $26 million to hire a different firm to do the work that we need you guys to be doing?
I would like to address 2 things. Fred Brown, who is our board chairman, does represent 2 of the smaller properties, the Anaheim Desert Palms and the Desert Del Sol. So he does represent, and we have other board members that represent smaller, our
The
treasurer.
Castle Inn, and yes,
exactly.
I am aware, but there are 85 others who are not included. So
Exactly.
I just want to make sure that you guys are working towards everybody. And believe me, I'm not just trying to beat you guys up for the heck of it. Like, it is really a concern for me that we don't have TOT revenue to pay our employees what they need to make, or that we have a budget gap for next year because our TOT revenue continues to consistently decline. That's a problem.
I would also like to remind the council that there is an ATID advisory board that has been put in place, again, at the recommendation, one of the recommendations of the state auditor. They do meet. They have reviewed our annual report, the one that will be presented to everybody here. And they do go and look through all of the financials. That group, while there are some hoteliers on there, along with Tom Morton, along with the city's legal. There are also some of your audit staff that sit on that board.
No, I'm aware of it, but I still think that you guys need to be aware of the issues that I'm concerned about. And I think other people, I'm not going to speak for anybody else on this dais, but I'm pretty sure most of our residents are concerned about it too. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Bayless.
I just wanted to address the term of the agreement. And Tom, when you say it was an automatic renewal on the old agreement, it was always 3 years out, right? It was like an evergreen. The contract was, they were adding a year to the outer year.
Correct. So it was a base 3-year to start, then an auto renewal every year
So
thereafter.
it's always there was always a 3-year agreement, which is what this is proposing. But what we have is a 180-day out clause, which we've
Without
had.
cause, correct.
So, I mean, I strongly believe that we need to have, if you have a 1-year agreement and a year from now you don't like what you see, and you go, okay, well, your agreement is terminated, we are with nobody until we do an RFP, which is going to take at least 180 days. So having that 180-day out clause, I think, meets the needs that you're talking about, being able to, discontinue this contract. But having a 3-year contract is consistent with what we have. It gives the organization assurance that they can continue to work with. It gives the people, the convention that are coming to us, some level of assurance that these people are going to be here. The people that they're talking to are going to be here to serve them when their convention gets here. So, I mean, I'm not interested in kind of a cut clause. We have that. If they're doing anything wrong, we have 180 days. It's going to take us that long to get somebody new in here. I think that provides the protections that we need. And then as far as the reserves, I mean, I can see having some parameters around that. I'm not sure what those are right now, and I don't know that I want to not move forward with a contract because I don't know, I mean, should they be allocated? Maybe that's something the TID board needs to look at.
Yeah, and I'm open to, I don't know, Leona, if you have any recommendations, but I was even thinking an escrow account that's held by the city, if they have 30 million, I mean, 26 million, 30 million, whatever the number, that's still a lot of money to just have in reserve. Cal Optima had a lot of money. They were audited by the state. I just think that there are things that they probably should be spending that money on instead of, invest in the future by spending it now.
Yes, as the council will recall, as part of the Disneyland Forward project, there was also the discussion about whether or not any ATID funds would ultimately be potentially used for housing and other programs, if you will. And those discussions and any amendments that are associated with those would be coming back as well, too. So the council would have another opportunity to look at this issue at that time. You also, as has been noted, you did create the advisory board right now. And if the council was interested in potentially having the advisory board look into and make a recommendation to the council with regards to the reserve issue, that is something that you could do as well right now. This agreement that is before you requires them to report their reserves to you annually. So you're going to know what their reserves are starting with their upcoming annual report. And then if the council feels like there's more that you would like to do in terms of ensuring the rationale for why there are reserves, you've heard some reasons tonight, and also ensuring the safety of the reserves, that's something that you could either consider as the council, or you could get recommendations from your advisory board as well, too.
Okay, so Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. Tom, a couple of just quick questions for you before I make another couple statements, but I'm just curious. First off, I'm not recommending or saying that this would ever happen or that I want to do it, but let's say, we say, okay, we don't want Visit Anaheim anymore. What's the ramification of those funds? I mean, they don't come back to the city. The city's just the pass-through. Do we give them back to the hotel operators, or do we find the people who paid the funds and, I don't know, somehow find a way to refund them the money.
So Councilmember, the current language of the ATID is that those funds, that 75% of the 2%, go to the entity with whom the city has a contract to provide the marketing activities. So most likely we'd have to find an entity to have an agreement with for those services, and they would receive the 75% of the 2%.
So any funds left in reserved would be held for the next organization.
That's correct. They would be, the ATID funds come in as a, as a payment. They are provided to Visit Anaheim right now to provide all the services that Visit Anaheim provides. But if the city were to ultimately switch to another contracting entity other than Visit Anaheim, then those funds that had come in as ATID funds would transfer to that entity because they would be fulfilling the obligations of your contracted entity.
What about the infrastructure? Same thing?
Councilmember, infrastructure in terms of?
Phones, office space, computers, web addresses.
If it was purchased through the ATID funds, it would continue on to the new contractor.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have, and we brought up transparency a little bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, but also included in that piece, right, is that now the city manager oversees the expenditures by 50,000, right? And then that's reported to the city council, I want to say once a month, maybe every other month?
Councilmember, currently the subcontracts I think you're referring to come to the council every month.
Yeah.
All subcontracts.
And so that didn't happen before, so we do get an opportunity to look at money spent for Visit Anaheim in that avenue.
So Councilmember, that is correct. However, this amended and restated agreement has subcontracts over 150,000 or over 150,000 single purchase or an aggregate coming back to council.
Okay.
Or to the city.
And then I guess the next to last thing I want to address is I read the staff report, and maybe you could let me know, but it's indicated in here that I guess some of the smaller hotels are, it looks like they were ready to get this contract up and running, is what I saw. So can you speak to some of the smaller hotels that are there?
At the request of council from last meeting, I had met with 3 smaller limited service properties, the Desert Palms, the Castellan and Suites, and the Grand Legacy. We went through the draft agreement with the council requested changes, and they had no comments, questions, or concerns about the draft document.
Okay. And then I guess the last question I have is really to my council colleagues. We're looking for a measure of, I don't know, success or a measure to hold them accountable to, and I don't know exactly what that is. I mean, how in this age, we have some outside factors that Visit Anaheim can't control. And I mean, I just don't know what that factor is. What do we hold them? What are we looking for possibly to hold them to if they don't book, an extra 500,000 rooms a year? Or do we say we want somebody else? I just don't know what that looks like. All we want them to do is just, I hate to say it, but we want them to sell the heck out of Anaheim. I mean, that's what we're looking for them to do. We want them to bring in those extra rooms. I mean, obviously, we've got Disneyland. People are coming to Disneyland no matter what. We want them to bring in that extra piece. So I don't know what those numbers look like. And then I'll just say this. I mean, we get 3-year contracts going out to a lot of our vendors that are out there, and I can't make this one any different. So I'll just stop with that. Thank you.
Then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go back again. We're not here because the contract was up for renewal. And I understand my colleague's comment of, well, last time it was done this way. For me, just because it was done that way last time that doesn't seem like a good argument to do things again like it was done previously. We're here because there was misuse of funds from the organization. Your predecessor is not here for a reason, correct? There were recommendations from a state audit that happened following that misuse of funds. Recommendations are before us in this contract. There was a determination that these are now public funds that need to be overseen by the city, whereas previously they weren't, or that wasn't made clear. It has been made clear now. And so for me, we went through the state audit, we got the recommendations because there was misuse and misspending of funds from an organization. And now we're gonna turn around and instead of updating the contract with the state auditor's recommendations, we're also saying, hey, here's a 3-year contract. I understand we're adding in the KPIs, I understand that we're adding in the recommendations, but for me, this is about accountability and making sure that everybody is meeting the expectations that they need to be meeting, that we're spending the funds correctly, that we're not just selling the city of Anaheim. One thing is selling, the other thing is booking and closing deals. We want to make sure that we're also closing deals, not just selling the city of Anaheim. But we also want to make sure that we're doing it correctly and that we're making sure that we're keeping Visit Anaheim, that we're accountable and that we're spending those funds correctly. So for me, I will even move this item. If it's a 1-year contract with a 2-year renewal following that 1-year review, and then an annual renewal after that, with the recommendation from my colleague about continuing the economic performance indicators, I will make that motion because I do want us to be successful. I do want the resort to be successful. But I also don't want to just go and give a 3-year contract given where historically we have been, where the FBI came in and really we're not in the place where we were previously when this was before that council at that time. And so I want to make sure that we're proceeding carefully, that after the first year of having all these state auditor recommendations that we're able to follow through with those recommendations and that we're able to move everybody forward. So I will make that motion to approve this if it's a 1-year contract with 2-year renewal and renewing annually after that.
Would that be an auto renew or would it have to be a affirmative renewal every year?
Well, I would pose that question to my colleagues. I think it should be after we review the KPIs and the state auditor's recommendations. But if it's an auto renewal, I take that back. I would prefer that that be something that the council makes a decision on following the annual review based on the performance indicators.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concern and I understand the history and it's something that, again, we inherited and we've had to do a lot of cleanup for. I think because we have that 180-day almost ripcord that we could pull even before a year is up, it doesn't really, I don't think there's much of a difference between doing the 1 year and doing a 3 year. So the 1 year doesn't bother me because if we were genuinely upset about something that happened in 6 months, we could invoke that 180-day termination clause. That's what actually gives me peace about this, is that we do have the ability to protect us. But I do want to make sure that leaving here tonight, we are sending that message to both our partners in the resort community, as well as conventions that have been partners with us for a very long time, that we are going to have continuity in leadership and that we are going to have continuity as a visitor economy. But I don't think that your suggestions, or to my council colleagues, I don't think either of those hinder that. And I think whatever we can do to just move on and get, and have a positive story and a positive narrative to say about our great city, I think that we would all be in agreement that that's what we want. I'm sorry if I went out of order, but I think Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubicalva and then Councilmember Meeks. But I mean, I guess I'll second that because I'm fine with that motion. But I know there were some other people that wanted to weigh in.
And I don't understand, with your very eloquent words, why that need. We will have that opportunity when they do the next report, a year from now. It doesn't move anything forward. If we are unsatisfied, whether it be a 1-year contract or a 10-year contract with a 1-year review of the key indicators and so forth, we have the ability to pull that cord for 180 days. Again, it doesn't, the length of that contract, taking it to 1 year, doesn't help that situation at all. We could, in 3 months, if they did something that we really were upset with, we could pull the cord, give them 180 days. We don't have to wait a year. But by the same token, we're going to do this a year from now and evaluate it all. Whether it's, again, whether it's a 1-year contract or a 3-year or a 10-year, it'll happen anyway. It doesn't move it any closer. It doesn't give us an extra look. It doesn't give us any more information than we are going to get anyway. So I'm not understanding the need for a 1-year contract. The mayor said something that just, it's really striking a chord with me, and that is those conventions that come, they are looking for stability. They come and they know that Tom Morton and his staff are going to be there working with them, and they know that, they count on it. They count on our labor unions are going to go and build their shows. They're counting on those things from us. And if we start saying, well, we're going to, we're not sure, 1 year at a time, we maybe, what's the assurance that they have? Will NAM right now wants to come back. Because of the continuity, because of so many things that Anaheim has to offer. I'm puzzled. I don't see what a 1-year contract gets us at all.
Madam Mayor, may I respond?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, again, it's a 1-year contract with the 2-year renewal. So we're still looking at the 3 years. And I think to your point, if it doesn't make that big of a difference, then I don't see why we wouldn't be able to move forward with that. To your point about stability, Tom, remind me, 2013 was the last time we were looking at this contract?
Councilmember, the contract that is in effect today was approved by council in 2010.
2010. So then it was a 3-year contract. So come 2013, the contract was done, but it was an evergreen contract. So since 2013, it has been renewed, correct?
Councilmember, correct. So after the first 3 years, it has auto-renewed every year, correct?
Okay. So by being auto-renewed, without having the 3-year contract from 2010 to 2013, from 2013 to now, how many times has NAM visited our city?
Councilmember, that'd be every year?
Every year. Has there ever been an issue about NAM saying, well, Visit Anaheim has a contract renewal up every year, so I don't know if I want to go there?
Councilmember, I can't speak for Visit Anaheim, but as an evergreen or an auto renewal would be different than a 1-year agreement.
A 1-year agreement with a 2-year renewal followed by annual renewals after that. That's what I'm talking about. So you're saying that NAM would not want to come here because Visit Anaheim is going to have a year contract with a 2-year renewal plus annual renewals after that?
So Councilmember, just to be clear, I wasn't saying that. I think the concern was the continuity where NAM is used to working with certain individuals at Visit Anaheim and having the continuity of staff available to service that group now and into the future.
And again, to my point, this has been renewed annually. From a year from now, we're reviewing these KPIs and you're granted a 2-year renewal. I mean, is there going to be, you're going to say staff's not going to work with NAM anymore? We're going to be approaching these things differently because of this? I'm trying to understand. I understand the point of, well, this doesn't move us forward. I think it's about not wanting to dive off the deep end, but rather really testing the waters, making sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing before moving forward with that time period. And so I think the end goal is the same. I think we all I want Visit Anaheim to be successful. I want our resort district to be successful. I want tourism in our city. I want folks to be able to come in and spend all the money here in the city of Anaheim because that does good for our general fund. And so the end goal is the same. I'm just saying, let's tread carefully rather than just go running it.
Right, and just, I think at some point we're beating a dead horse. That I think at some point, let's just vote on whether we want to have the motion that was made. I do want to, I know Councilmember Rubicalva, Meeks, and Bayless also have comments, but after that, I would just ask that we bring this to some type of closure and let's take a vote on it.
So I just wanted to comment on, so Councilmember Bayless mentioned what do we want to see? So I would like to see growth in our TOT revenue. That's how I measure performance, and that's success for me, because that's really the purpose of Visit Anaheim, is to make sure that you're generating enough economic impact in our resort district to help generate revenue for our general fund. That is, for me, the number one indicator. Sales tax can be generated by people that's not necessarily driven by you, right? So other people are doing marketing. To kind of just also comment on what you said, continuity is important to me as well, but I come from advertising, and for example, Macy's has various agencies. I get the value of a relationship, but if they have to change an agency, they just change they're still going to be using a different marketing agency. I just don't think the argument that we need to move forward with something because we want to make sure we have continuity, that's what we're trying to do here. I can tell you right now, if it's only a year contract, the majority of the people who are booking or interested in booking a convention will have no idea that you only have a 1 year contract, and they probably think that you're employees of the city of Anaheim anyways. They don't really know the nuts and bolts or how the lasagna is made, for lack of a better analogy. But so I just think that we're overthinking that part about the 1 year contract, because it's really your performance. If you're going to perform to the best of your ability, I don't think you have to worry about whether or not you have a year contract. So I dispute the fact that continuity isn't a concern, because I think that we're on a good path forward. And I just want to urge you guys that we're not just lip service up here. We're not just sort of irate council members. It's really important that you deliver on on what you're supposed to be doing. 90, and this is my thing, the 90 hotels who are contributing to the ATID, we need to make sure, success for me, also not only TOT, but also those smaller hotels are also getting, they're at capacity. They are, right now I'm hearing from them, they're struggling, they're not meeting expectations, they have vacant rooms. So we really need to be booking enough conventions or youth sports events so that we're really helping everybody and not just the hotels that are in and around the convention center. My kids play youth sports. We go for wrestling tournaments, volleyball tournaments, and we're walking, so we can walk 2 to 3 miles from, it doesn't need to be the hotel that's right next to the convention. I usually I can't afford to stay there. They have buy downs or we have room blocks. Those are things that I really want you guys to think outside of the box and make sure that we're looking at other areas. So, I mean, I will support the Councilmember Leon's motion, and the mayor seconded it, so I will be voting in favor of that, because I don't think that has any representation of the fact that we still believe in Visit Anaheim, because clearly we could dismantle you today. But to Councilmember Bayless's point, we don't have a performance review that we can give you and say, because you don't report to us, we didn't hire you. You report to your board. So there's a little bit of a disconnect on how we're operating still. But I think we need to make it clear and really reinforce the fact that we need you to do your job. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Bayless.
I'll just make it quick, but I do want to clarify my statements. It was not saying that we should keep things the way they were. Clearly, that's not what we're doing here. We have a new agreement. We're incorporating all of the state auditor's recommendations. Nowhere in that recommendation did they say have a 1 year contract. I was just trying to clarify the reasons that we would have a longer term contract because of the long-term nature of the business of booking these things out. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. We are holding them accountable. That's what this contract is all about. And if they're not performing, we have an out. So I'm going to continue to support a 3 year contract as it's written.
Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I'll try not to beat that dead horse. But, you know, I think, and maybe this is where it's forgotten a little bit. You know, hopefully NAM's going to come back every year and every other conventioners are going to come back every year. But I think what you mentioned in regards to a 1-year versus a 3-year contract goes to the people in the organization. We want the best people in that organization. And I think if you tell the people in the organization, well, we're going to come back in 1 year, you know, and look at the metrics at that point. If I'm applying for that organization and I read that contract and I think to myself, well, maybe I'm the best guy in the industry, but I don't want to work for them. I want to go somewhere else. And I think that's what we're really looking at here when we talk about longevity of a contract is we're looking at the people who are executing that contract and what are we telling to them. So we have the ripcord, 180 days. If we don't like it, then, you know, pull it. But as far as the contract itself, that's the way I see it, so I wouldn't support it as well.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reply really quickly. I mean, the state auditor report didn't say that we should renew the contract for 3 years either, and yet here we are. And to your point of employees going to looking at Visit Anaheim, whether they want to work there or not, what do you say when you tell them that an elected board, a city council, elected officials can pull the plug on their organization in 180 days, and in 180 days they're going to be out of a job? I mean, it's the same, again, we're going around in circles. We all want the same thing. I just want to make sure that we are being cautious, that we are working together, and that we're able to move forward in a way that is beneficial to the city, that is beneficial to the hoteliers, the resort district, small businesses, as well as the organization of Visit Anaheim, so that we can continue that partnership to make the city of Anaheim successful.
Thank you. So I think at this point, I would like to call the question, and I know that in 1 year, your results are going to be so remarkable that it'll be multiple years. But as we stand right now, I'd just like to take a vote on,
We just want to clarify.
except for my lawyer. Hold, please.
Yeah, so we would like to clarify just a couple of changes that we did believe that we heard the council all express support for. And then we can get back to the term issue. So with regards to section 5 on the key performance indicators, we understood
What page is that? No.
Oh, this is, if you're looking at the clean version, it's at the bottom, starts at the bottom of page 6.
Okay.
And carries over to page 7. And the only two changes to that, one is to add back in to the key performance indicators, and I would suggest we just add it as number 5 because there's already 4 in there. The economic impact of conventions, conferences, and trade shows in Anaheim. That was one additional change. And then with regards to the reference to the transit occupancy tax, we would suggest that we add that to the next sentence that starts with, in addition, Visit Anaheim shall monitor and report on various issues. And we would add a sub 6 to that, which would read transit occupancy tax collected within the Anaheim Resort. And we're suggesting adding that to the second section because those are additional city requirements that are also consistent with the auditor's recommendations.
May I suggest that we take a vote on adding those and then do the vote on the time, or does it matter?
So ultimately, if the council's looking to take action on the entire agreement, we would recommend that you resolve these two issues of what you wish to add in, and then get Visit Anaheim's concurrence on the record to the changes, since they're the other party to the agreement. And then the council could entertain a motion on the entire agreement.
Yeah. And may I add something, Mayor Aiken? So just also on section 19 with the reserve account, I know you mentioned that we can look at that when it comes back. But is there any language that we might be able to insert in there that says the council has the opportunity to put a reserve cap at any given time?
Well, you could add that language, but the thought that I offered before was they're going to report to you on the reserves now. That's a requirement in the agreement right now. And the council did recently create the advisory board, and you also have, staff can make recommendations. We will be coming back to the city council in all likelihood with further amendments, as I indicated earlier, to address issues such as housing expenditures out of the ATID. And at that point, we could come back with recommendations as to how the reserve language could be changed if the council were to give us direction tonight to look at that. It's, if we were to add it right now, we're not exactly sure what it is we want to look at, and we would, I defer to the city manager, but we'd want to have some discussions with Visit Anaheim about how we do that, understanding the concerns that the council's identified tonight.
Okay, I'm just concerned that once we leave this room and then it goes away, we just never talk about it again. So as long as you commit to coming back to us with a recommendation based on research on how other associations or nonprofits that are 501c6s are managing their reserve funds, that would be amazing. 25% is what I have experienced in 501c6s that are business-oriented nonprofits.
And Councilmember, just to add, when the annual report comes back, it'll speak to ATID reserve amounts.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I also think the saving for the future like that is probably not in the best interest of the hotels now, because if they're not full now, they may not even be here when the Olympics come.
Yeah, and just to add, and 19 reserve account was a holdover from the current agreement that was set there when the TID went into effect because there was no startup money, if you will. So there's an amount of money that was set there until the TID got going. So that's specific to what 19 is.
Okay, perfect. And I figured that, but because we didn't make any changes to it, but it's very loose.
So, Councilmember Rubalcaba, we did speak with the city manager. We could come back with those recommendations with regards to the reserve. We could have consultations with Visit Anaheim, look at other practices, and come back with recommendations as we bring back the next iteration of the ATID expenditure issues.
And if I can just expand on that, I would like to also know what other direct marketing organizations are doing, because comparing a tourism bureau like Visit Anaheim to, for instance, a Boys and Girls Club might be different, and they might have different standards and policies within that industry. So I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. And then this, I guess the last thing is the term.
That's correct. So as it's written right now, as the council's aware, it's a 3-year term with the renewals annually after that, automatic renewals with a 180-day termination provision and a termination for cause provision as well too. If the council were to amend that to a initial 1-year term with a 2-year extension, followed by the annual renewals, the most critical question would be, is that first renewal an automatic renewal, assuming compliance with the terms of the contract, or is the council asking to approve that first renewal? And that, I think, is the discussion that, staff would need direction from the council as to exactly how
I
you
would
want
prefer an auto renewal if we have no reason to pull the contract, only to not have a unnecessarily long discussion. If we don't have any problems after the very first year and the KPIs are, what we're in favor of, and they seem to be going in the right direction, staffing, conventions that are booked, I think we should just do an auto renewal going forward. And then we can always exercise that 180 days if we have questions.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, if we're going to have options to renew, that requires notice to the contractor. I don't know when the PKIs come in or KPIs come in relative to that decision, but there's a lot of timing built in when you exercise options to renew as opposed to an automatic renewal. Because usually you provide at least 30 days notice of the intent to renew. And that means you'd have to be doing your evaluation in advance of that. And I don't know what the timing would be with getting reports and doing that, but also the fact that this isn't, at least from what I'm hearing, a contractor that we could replace in 2 weeks. We'd have to go out to bid, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just raising that because we will need direction on options if that's what we're exercising. That doesn't arise if we're doing auto renewals.
So we'd only have the one option, and then is that correct? And then we'll go into auto renewal?
So I'm okay with amending my motion to make this a one-year term with a 2-year automatic renewal, followed by automatic annual renewals after that. And assuming that we're good with all of the edits that were clarified just now, including the KPI addition to page 7, I believe was one of the updates. I'm okay with amending my motion to do that.
The question still is, after the first year, do you want to vote, or is it just an automatic renewal? That's the question.
I am okay with doing the automatic 2-year renewal, and I would ask staff that we, after the first year.
First year.
After the first year, I would ask staff that we were able to have that presentation, if we were able to have a presentation to ensure that all the KPIs and all the state auditor recommendations are being followed, and just being able to have that conversation, but with the 2-year renewal following that.
So for clarification, it would come back on the agenda after 1 year.
I am okay with an automatic renewal to 2 years.
Yep.
But would ask that it come back to council as if it's an informational item in terms of an update on following the contract.
Which we have to do under the contract right now every June, by June 30th?
Yeah, so Councilmember, the annual report would be that check-in. And so the next one is coming in May. So that would be when it would come back to look at those KPIs, goals, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we're just asking for a more robust annual report after the first year.
And every year following that.
Yeah.
So it's not a separate agenda item. It would be consolidated into their annual report
I'm okay with
next
that.
year.
I'm
Yes.
okay. If my colleagues are okay with moving forward with that, I'm okay with it.
Okay? All right. I think, did anyone have other comments? Please vote.
So Mayor, if I may, just with the changes that have been made, I would recommend that the council get Visit Anaheim's concurrence on the record to these changes. And the second change is just to modify section 1 to reflect that rather than saying it's 3 years from the effective date, it's 1 year from the effective date with an initial 2-year automatic renewal extension. The rest of the language stays the same.
We are comfortable with that. Thank you.
So if council's ready, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item that was pulled was item number 20, pulled by Councilmember Campos Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
I don't need a staff report. What I really want to do is to congratulate and thank, you don't even have to come in and sit down. I don't know if there's going to be any questions. I want to thank Public Works and our city manager for not accepting the county's appalling grab for money and trying to negotiate something else. I just want to thank you for being alert and on top of it and not letting them just take our money.
Thank you for that, council member. And I do, Dan DeBasio is on the working group with the Orange County City Managers, and so Anaheim is in very good hands, well represented. So thank you, Dan, team, and Public Works.
And with that, I'll move the item.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the next item pulled was item number 24, pulled by Councilmember Leon. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Heather Allen, Planning Director, and joining me this evening are Chief Armandaris, Sergeant Cooper, and with City Attorney's Office, Sunny Wim. We've worked collaboratively over the last almost year to develop requirements and procedures for tobacco retail regulatory permit and regulations for the retail sales of tobacco. In promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of its residents, the city has a substantial interest in encouraging compliance with federal, state, and local laws regulating tobacco sales and use, discouraging the purchase of and use of tobacco products by anyone under the age of 21, increasing compliance with laws prohibiting the sales of tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21, and protecting children from being lured into nicotine and tobacco use through the illegal sale of products, including vaping products. The city also has a substantial interest in regulating tobacco retailers, not only to control the sale of tobacco products and paraphernalia, but also to address the illegal activities frequently associated with certain tobacco retail establishments operating within the city, including the sale of controlled substances, drug paraphernalia, and illegal weapons, as well as unlawful gambling, all of which contribute to increased crime and negatively impact neighboring businesses and the community at large. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended City Council approval of the amendments that we're going to discuss to Title 18 of the Anaheim Municipal Code on April 7th of this year. Currently, all tobacco retailers operate under the retail use designation, meaning that by right, without any other review, a tobacco retailer can open and remain open in most non-residential zoning districts in the city. Staff proposes establishing operational regulations and conditions for the retail sale of tobacco products, including a new regulatory permit. A regulatory permit is a process whereby use-specific provisions and review is established pertaining to public health, safety, peace, and general welfare. For example, massage establishments, smoking lounges, and entertainment or other uses requiring regulatory permits. Annual permit renewal is identified to ensure continued compliance with state laws and to allow for regular interactions and review by staff, including the police department. The permit and associated regulations address tobacco as defined in the Business and Professions Code, which includes tobacco or nicotine products, including but not limited to cigarettes, cigars, little cigars, chewing tobacco, pipe tobacco, or snuff, as well as electronic devices that deliver nicotine or other vaporized liquids to the person inhaling from the device, including but not limited to an electronic cigarette, cigar, or pipe. New requirements would mandate a separation of 1,000 feet from sensitive uses, such as schools, community recreation centers, and parks, and 500 feet from other tobacco retailers, and establish that tobacco retailers be closed between the hours of 12 midnight and 6 a.m. In addition to civil fines, a process for suspension or revocation of the permit is identified for noncompliance. Existing locations would apply for the regulatory permit by the later of their next business license renewal or January 2026, whichever is later. A business that engages in the sale or exchange for consideration of tobacco products or tobacco paraphernalia to individual customers where 15% or more of the total floor area or visible inventory is dedicated to the sale or display of tobacco products or tobacco paraphernalia is required to obtain a tobacco retail permit for each location at which tobacco retail use is occurring. This permit does not apply to smoking lounges, which are already regulated by their own regulatory permit and/or CUP in certain circumstances. It also does not apply to businesses where tobacco sales are an ancillary part of the operations, for example, a convenience store. And with that, I'll ask Chief Armandaris to speak about the police department's experience with these uses.
And I'm going to defer to my subject matter expert, Sergeant Chris Cooper.
So a few years ago, as our department was investigating narcotic sales and illegal gambling, many of our investigations led us to smoke shops. And after arresting several workers and owners of smoke shops, we realized that the city did not have a mechanism for addressing the businesses that were housing this illegal activity. So working with planning, we came up with this. We found that the criminal element was exploiting a loophole, an adult-based business that had minimal checks and balances. So it was really inviting for them to get involved in these businesses. Through our community outreach, we also really understood the impact that this was having on our community. If you talk to any of the citizens that live next to one of these businesses that are being running poorly, the stress that they cause and the impact because of the activity that it brings is really negative on our community. I also want to make it clear that not all smoke shops are bad. We have several smoke shops in the city that are run well, and they provide a desired service to our community. In talking with a lot of those shops, they are also supportive of this initiative because they would like to compete for business on a level playing field. And a lot of these businesses that are operating illegally have an advantage over them. Next slide. So as you can see, we have 78 smoke shops within the city. And I will tell you that although it looks like the west end of the city has a majority of them, each one of your districts has a smoke shop that's being run poorly that's affecting your residents. So it's not just only a West End problem. This is a city problem. It's actually a state problem. We're not the only city that's dealing with this. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of the impact, this is the calls for service in our recent ask of homeless activity, and you can see how they overlay with where these smoke shops all reside. Next slide. So again, some of the illegal activities that take place: self-controlled substance, illegal weapons, gambling. Flavored tobacco is also something that recently came into play. And again, that's something that the good shops, the good owners are concerned with because, again, they don't have a level playing field when they're operating within the law and these other shops are not. One of the other things that we found in 2016, Prop 64 legalized the sale, cultivation, and possession of marijuana, but they gave each city the option whether they allowed dispensaries within their city. And in 2017, the city of Anaheim had approximately 40 dispensaries. As the city was able to address those and get rid of most of those, the smoke shops is where these businesses went because you're in a business that's a legal business. And so in the last year, we've worked with cannabis control with the state, and we've served several search warrants for marijuana sales all within smoke shops that are not operating just in their regular capacity. They have a false wall or a back door that they'll go to sell the marijuana at. So this ordinance will help us address all of that as well. Next slide. So this is a calls for service by hour. You can obviously see the variety of calls that we go to. I know the ordinance calls for a closure between midnight and 6. And I want to point out that while it looks like that is the lull in activity, you got to remember that only 10% of our smoke shops are open from 12 to 6 right now. So while the activity looks minimal, it's 10% generating that.
Thank you, Sergeant Cooper. So the proposed zoning code amendments seek to create operational and permitting requirements to address and curb illegal activities, while in furtherance of the City Council's strategic plan to improve, enhance, beautify, and maintain major street corridors, while also reducing crime, preventing public nuisances, and promoting safety and well-being of all residences. Staff recommends City Council approval, which would add the operational requirements and the new tobacco retail permit to the zoning code. This concludes our presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions. I do want to clarify, Chief, you introduced the sergeant. That's award-winning Sergeant Cooper. I think I just
That is
wanted to
correct.
clarify that for the record. No, in all seriousness, I appreciate the work and the effort behind this. If you can go back to this slide with where different smoke shops are, I typically do like District 2 being number 1. Not necessarily for this, though. And especially because it ties into those calls for service that are generated. And so I just want to say that I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate you being proactive and bringing something forward to us to try to address some of the concerns and issues that we are hearing in the community as it relates to potential crimes, as it relates to homelessness. This is something that is another step that we can take to ensure that we're covering our bases, right? That you all have the tools that you need to do your jobs, to keep us safe, keep yourself safe. So I just wanted to say thank you for the continued work and great effort.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I want to applaud all of you, the police department for identifying this trend and this problem, and then the planning department and the city attorney's office for working together on a really innovative, collaborative solution. So thank you, and I think it really is a safety, quality of life issue that'll make a great deal of difference to our community. I do believe that 15% could be a little bit high. Like, I might see one of these poorly operated businesses, fill 85% of their stuff with cheap T-shirts, but really still continue the illegal activities or selling illegal things. If that does become a problem, I would be open to reducing that. But, I think hopefully the council will support this and support any additional amendments you guys find that you need as we move forward in implementing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacova?
I agree. Thank you for being proactive and making sure our community is safe. To kind of expand on I support also tighter. 15 does seem a lot. And I know, can you explain the process of if somebody has complaints, what's the review process?
I'll touch on that briefly, but then I'll refer to Cooper and the rest of the staff that want to add. But this gives us the ability to now be able to do an inspection of sites, whereas currently right now there are no rules or regulations for it. So it gives us the ability on twofold. Number one, to prevent things, because as new businesses come in, we'll be able to, for lack of a better term, give them the expectations and the standards that they need to be held to, that they will be held to. And then it also gives us the ability to do the inspections as well, to do the follow-up. So it definitely gives us tools to be able to not only be proactive, but respond to those type of complaints. And I don't know if my colleagues wanted to add anything further with that.
I think it just goes along with a lot of the businesses that we've dealt with currently, based on where they came from or where they were operating previously, don't know. So again, for the operators coming in to set the standards in front for them, to let them know what's expected of them, I think that's the biggest thing that this ordinance brings.
And I guess I would ask also to consider if we have a lot of calls for service at one of these smoke shops, perhaps we expedite the review process so that they're not able to operate for a year before they're actually closed down. I think it's probably respectful to the surrounding businesses, especially if we have a bakery next to a smoke shop or something that, just is experiencing quality of life issues for some of their patrons. If we could, I would love to see us just have a more fluid process.
Yeah, so the way it currently works, if there's any complaints that come in, we obviously have a hotline for our vice team, and we receive complaints and we address those as complaint-based. And this has an interesting component. For the first violation, you get a fine and you can be closed for up to 10 days. A second violation, I believe it's up to 30 days for the suspension, and then your third one, you can get pulled. So this has some severe consequences for anybody who violates it. So you don't have to wait for the year to be up. As we get complaints or as these things come to our attention, they will be addressed. We'll be going out. Any officer of the department can go in and check these things out. So even we have an officer who works graveyard and he's getting complaints that this place is open at 2 o'clock. Him going by and just seeing that they're serving customers at 2 in the morning when they're supposed to be closed, writing a simple report and forwarding it, it will be investigated, and then that will be a violation and it will start the process. So I think this will benefit everybody.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. Is this going to be the new hours of operation, the distancing between them? Is if you are already an existing business owner that is operating a smoke shop, do these hours of operation apply to you or only new owners, operators of smoke shops?
So when this becomes effective, the hours of operation would apply to existing businesses. However, you can apply for a hardship exemption if, first reason would be if you can show that you entered into a lease that's at least 1 year out from the effective date of the ordinance, then you can apply for the hardship exemption for up to 2 years. And second, if you can show that you invested a certain amount of dollars into the premises, then you could also apply for up to a 2-year exemption from the permitted hours provision.
And how difficult is that to get? What is the standard that you have to show that it's going to be a hardship?
That's something that we're gonna have to review on a case-by-case basis. I think, well, the lease one is an objective standard, so this ordinance would be effective 30 days from the second reading. So if you can show that if the next meeting is, I believe, May 29th, we moved it to. So 30 days from that would be June 29th. So if you can show that your lease is June 29th, 2026 and beyond, then you could apply for the exemption. And then for the investment-backed expectations into the premises, I think we would have to, that's more subjective, and we would have to develop some standards for that.
And I know some of the items that you said were causing you concern were the flavored vapes, the illegal narcotics. Can you highlight for us just anything that we are doing for, broken packages and, selling single beers out of a case or small airplane bottles? I know that might not necessarily be in all of these smoke shops, but how are we addressing that in the city?
So I know we're working with planning, and everybody is coming up with regulations that if your criminal activity reaches a certain level, especially when it's homeless related or unhoused related, then you would have some conditions. So let's say the activity within a square mile of your business reaches a certain threshold, then you would not be able to sell singles when it comes to alcohol or the airplane bottles, because we know that tends to cater to those kind of behaviors. So we're looking at setting some thresholds as to what the criminal activity level is, and then basing your conditions off what activity is going on around your business, especially when it's related to your business. If we have loitering in front of your business and the other businesses are complaining, that's something that will contribute to us kind of tightening your conditions.
And last, I had some conversations with some colleagues at the county and in other cities earlier today. And so I'm not trying to gum up the process, but I know that there's a couple of other cities that are also looking at the sale of nitrous oxide in smoke shops. Is that something that we contemplated in this ordinance? Is it a problem that you see in the city that we should maybe consider bringing back as a separate ordinance?
So we've discussed it, and one of the issues is those sales are not exclusively with smoke shops. That is more of a broad business that's doing that. There's different mom and pop shops that sell, there's automotive shops that sell. So really adding it to this would be less beneficial, and it would be more like picking on the smoke shops as opposed to a standalone ordinance just banning that. So that's more of the discussions we've had, is having a standalone ordinance for that as opposed to just tacking it onto this one.
But if I may, just to add, so the state laws that already govern the sale of the nitrous oxide are still applicable, and violating a state law would also be a violation of your regulatory permit. So to the extent any of these 78 smoke shops or others that may come in sell, we already have a process to count that as a violation. But to Sergeant Cooper's point, I think some of the examples that you referenced, Mayor, were more of a citywide program for anybody who's selling. So I think our recommendation would be to leave the ordinance as is, and then come back with a separate ordinance that's more broad to the sale.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much. I also want to, I don't know if I know that this wasn't the intent, but I know that when we have all of the car clubs that come in, it's usually we'll see them in a parking lot with a smoke shop. They tend to go hand in hand. So hopefully while you're out there looking at the smoke shops out there, you're paying attention to the car clubs that are in and around the community. And then the only thing I'd like to ask is, it doesn't have to be formal, but maybe a year from now, if you could send us, an update on how it's going. Thank you.
I just would like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second. Councilmember Kurtz, did you have...
Echoing what was said, I just want to say thank you for being proactive on this. It's much appreciated. Our community will appreciate it, at least the ones that are trying to do the right thing out there. So thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the mayor, if I could just make a comment. So just back to, I'm sorry to bring this up, but my constituents, I have low-income neighborhoods, and a lot of the smaller liquor stores like Mondragon, which is not only, they do benefit from selling single cans. My dad would probably buy one. So I would just caution that that is probably a socioeconomic issue that I would be very careful about. If there are issues with homelessness around some of these stores, I would recommend we do more patrolling in these areas, because I'm pretty sure most of these businesses would prefer not to have them outside of their door, and they're dealing with ABC anyways. So I would just also mention, please be careful, because that would directly impact the economic outcome of some of these smaller liquor stores that are in and around the area.
You bring up a great point, Councilmember, and so that's something that, as mentioned earlier, we do look at the totality of the circumstances surrounding the businesses, and I think, if I may, this is another perfect example of our city working collaboratively with our partners. Instead of just dealing with the symptoms, whether it's homelessness or the unhoused or the drunk individual in front of a business, looking at true causations, and this is just an example of looking what is the causation of those violations that we're seeing, and that we believe this is an example of how to address that causation and not just responding to and being reactive to the symptoms, the problems that we're seeing. So
Yeah, because some people can't afford to buy a 12-pack, right?
Correct.
They can't afford to buy one beer, and they can't afford to fill up their car all the way. So I just think we need to be mindful of the people who live in our city.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Ordinance is introduced.
Thank you. So item 28 is a progress report on our strategic plan Anaheim for the years 2024 to 2034. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
Ask for a staff report from Deputy City Manager White, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager, and with me this evening is Alyssa Guerrero, our Senior Analyst. The item before you is the first annual update on the Anaheim Strategic Plan 2024 through 2034. First, an overview of today's item. We'll start with a quick refresher on the purpose of the strategic plan and the process we followed to get here. Then we'll provide a preview of year 1 and 2 strategies, including what's been accomplished. I'll then briefly highlight some of the year 3 to 5 strategies as a reminder of the longer-term work efforts we'll be undertaking. And we'll conclude the presentation with a few staff-recommended changes to the strategic plan that you may wish to consider. I'll then turn the item over to Council for discussion, any questions, comments, or recommendations that you may wish to propose. I would note that the item is intended as an overview and update and is not intended as a discussion of the merits of each of the individual strategies. Several important strategies will be scheduled as individual council items over the coming year. The Anaheim Strategic Plan was adopted by the council just over a year ago on April 2nd, 2024. The plan was the result of months of community engagement and feedback, employee input, analysis of city departments, and a guidance from the City Council. The strategic plan established new mission, vision, and value statements for the city, which will be shown on the following slides. It's a 10-year strategic plan, which was notably longer than a typical 3 to 5 year plan, with the longer horizon reflective of the anticipated payoff of LPMR funds at the approximate 5-year mark of the plan, and the desire of council to plan for this significant milestone in the following years. The plan is organized with goals, priorities, and strategies, and importantly, a commitment to progress reporting, which is why we're here today. I'll take a moment just to read through that mission and vision statements. Our vision, or what guides our work, is stated as Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunities for all to thrive. And our mission, or how we serve, is delivering exceptional services that provide a high quality of life for residents, a thriving environment for businesses, and a welcoming atmosphere for visitors. And if anyone's interested, they're also posted on the wall. And our values, which include service, integrity, collaboration, leadership, respect, and innovation. I won't read them all, but they are also on the website. The strategic plan identifies 6 multi-year goals as an organizing principle for the 57 strategies included in the plan. The goals are maintain fiscal responsibility, enhance livability, invest in infrastructure and amenities, foster a high-performing organization, support public safety, and promote economic development and tourism. The strategic plan also identifies top priorities, which reflect the priorities selected by City Council as part of the dot voting exercise, if you'll recall, at the Council strategic planning session held in February 2024. The top priorities were selected from the years 1 and 2 and years 3 to 5 buckets, and notably 14 of those top priorities were year 1 and 2 strategies. For purposes of this first annual progress report, we'll be focusing on the years 1 and 2 strategies, looking back at the accomplishments of the last year and describing the steps we anticipate for the coming year. Again, the intent is not to make policy decisions tonight, but rather provide a check-in for council. I apologize in advance for some of the word-heavy slides. Goal A is ensuring fiscal responsibility. There are 2 strategies associated with this goal. The first is identify potential new funding sources and revenues to increase city revenues to maintain and enhance city services. The second goal is to create a plan for the responsible use of lease payment measurement revenues, or LPMR, bonds, and once they are paid off. In the past year, efforts focused on the preparation of a development impact fee study and the preliminary evaluation of new revenue opportunities, along with the monitoring of LPMR bond balances and repayment schedules. In year 2, staff will present the development impact fee study to council for consideration. It's anticipated for this summer. And importantly, staff will also be scheduling council items for this summer to discuss policy options related to potential new revenue opportunities, as well as develop a plan for the responsible use of those LPMR revenues. These 2 significant policy discussions are related to each other and may be combined into one item to get a holistic view of policy options related to future city revenues. And as I mentioned, these will also be coming, again, this summer is when we will plan on bringing these items back for your discussion. There are 5 strategies in the year 1 and 2 buckets related to the goal of enhancing livability. The first 2 strategies are addressing neighborhood and commercial blight and maintaining and expanding services to address homelessness and its impacts. Important accomplishments over the past year include the continued work on the Rebuild Beach program and the launching and continued work of our interdepartmental quality of life task force to address impacts of homelessness. In the coming year, important work efforts will include an amendment to the municipal code to add regulations regarding tobacco retail sales, which we just heard, and supporting and expanding the successful Access Intervention Services program. The additional 3 strategies are develop strategies to stabilize and expand affordable workforce and home ownership housing options for low-income residents, expand community engagement and communication opportunities through outreach, and conduct and implement a needs assessment for youth and seniors. Important accomplishments over the past year include the creation of our Anaheim Housing Trust and adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance, an evaluation of new communication tools to improve engagement with residents, and the completion and publication of the Anaheim Youth and Families and Older Adults Needs Assessment, which was completed and published in November 2024. In the coming year, important work efforts will include adopting guidelines for the Anaheim Housing Trust, which is agendized for the council, next council meeting, consideration of ATID funding allocations to support resort worker workforce housing, launching a new community calendar tool with district-specific communication capabilities, and partnering with community groups on implementation of the needs assessment report. There are 5 strategies associated with the goal of expanding infrastructure and amenities. First 3 of these categories strategies include create and maintain centers for senior programming and benefits, conduct a feasibility study for a sports complex facility, and developing a master plan for the downtown civic center. Significant accomplishments for the last year are increasing staffing levels to support older adult programs and services at various locations. You'll be hearing about more of that at the next, as part of the next item on the agenda tonight. And engaging a consultant to perform a facilities condition assessment study and energy audit for our existing civic center buildings to give us a better idea of what we're working with. Anticipated work products in support of these strategies over the next year include continuing to explore the expansion of senior services and evaluate potential locations for a senior center, and complete the Civic Center facilities assessment and begin work on the Civic Center master plan. Regarding the strategy on the sports park feasibility study, staff is recommending that the strategy be moved to the years 3 to 5 timeframe due to a limited bandwidth to accomplish the strategy in the next 12 months. The other 2 strategies associated with this goal are improve, beautify, and maintain major street corridors, and develop a mobility plan to connect major attractions within the city. Accomplishments over the last year include completion of various arterial roadway widening and rehab projects, including the intersection of State College and Orangewood as an example, and beginning the beautification projects on Beach Boulevard medians. And undertaking data collection and survey work in support of a comprehensive pedestrian study in the Anaheim resort as it relates to connectivity. Anticipated work products in support of these strategies over the next year are completion of the Beach Boulevard median beautification projects, continuing to pursue grant funding in support of Brookhurst Street beautification efforts, completion of the resort area pedestrian study, and evaluating preferred technologies for the east-west mobility connector between Arctic and the Anaheim Resort. There are 3 strategies implementing the goal of fostering a high-performing organization. These include expanding our professional development program for departments to build a pipeline of new talent and support professional growth, implement the comprehensive class and comp study to attract and retain qualified employees, and integrate inclusive principles into employee development and training. Accomplishments include expanding the offerings of various training courses and programs to employees, the creation of a new recruitment and advancement pipelines for administrative interns and our ambulance operators, the completion of the first phase of the class and comp study, and incorporating revised policies on inclusivity into recruitment and training. Next steps we look forward to this year include further expanding those course offerings for employee training, implementing a succession planning program, and completing the second and final phase of the class and comp study and developing an implementation plan based on those studies. The goal to promote public safety has 2 strategies that are identified for these first 2 years. These include building Fire Station 12 in the Platinum Triangle and fully implementing the Public Real-Time Crime Center, or RTCC. In the past year, we were able to celebrate the groundbreaking for construction of Fire Station number 12 and expand the operations of the RTCC, which launched in 2023 from 4 days a week to 7 days per week. We were also able to take significant steps in improving our citywide camera network and increase access to that network for the RTCC. This coming year, we look forward to completing Fire Station number 12, as well as expanding the capabilities of the Real-Time Crime Center, including the integration of drone technologies. The 6th and final goal is to encourage economic development and tourism. The goal includes 4 important strategies in the first years. The first goals are explore opportunities to maximize benefits of the 2026 World Cup and the Olympics and address the future of Angel Stadium property. Over the past year, we've seen a number of accomplishments, such as supporting the successful bid of the Honda Center to host the Olympics, volleyball at the Olympics in 2028, conducting education briefings with Council and Angels Baseball regarding the Surplus Land Act, responding to state audit findings regarding the existing stadium lease, and finalizing an access agreement to begin Phase 2 stadium condition assessments. In the next year, we'll be bringing forward a LA 28 games agreement between the city and LA 28 for council consideration, and complete Phase 2 of the stadium assessment. And this fall, we anticipate bringing forward a council item to discuss the next steps and address the future of Angel Stadium. The final 2 strategies for this goal are create and implement an economic development strategic plan and explore options to modify the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District. Past year, we've retained the services of a consultant to assist us in the preparation of the economic development plan and have kicked off that process, which is expected to take approximately 6 months to complete. And we completed implementation of state audit findings associated with the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District, which are reflected and memorialized in the amended agreement, which you just considered this evening. Through the summer, we'll be working on the Economic Development Strategic Plan with the goal of presenting a draft of the plan to council in the fall. And this fall, we will also bring forward recommendations regarding ways to modernize the ATID, including a funding plan for the resort workforce housing. Year 2 of the strategic plan is going to be a busy, exciting, and productive year. The calendar will be full of important items, as you can see, for council's consideration. I wanted to quickly highlight a few of the strategies and work efforts that are in the years 3 to 5 bucket, which starts just 1 year from now, or 12 months from now, that are worth keeping on the radar. It includes updating the city's website, seeking opportunities to underground Southern California Edison lines, which was also a top 15 priority identified by council. Strategies to improve and maintain the city's street paving system, explore the potential for new parks on Edison easements, plan for a new police headquarters, which is also part of the Civic Center strategy. Plan for fire station number 13, which we'll also be discussing tonight as item number 30. Identifies ways to reduce police and fire response times and support the Anaheim Canyon as an innovation district and economic engine. Won't cover all the strategies, but we can revisit the slide if necessary. In reviewing the strategic plan and preparing for this item, staff has identified a few recommended changes. The first suggestion, as I previously mentioned, is to modify the timing associated with the feasibility for a sports complex. That again be moving it from the year 1-2 buckets into the 3-5 buckets. In addition, we are suggesting 3 new strategies for council consideration. New goal C, strategy 15, related to the OC Riverwalk project. New goal C, strategy 16, regarding a potential establishing or exploring a new city transit agency. And new goal F, strategy 11, regarding Resort 2.0 and the important work that needs to be done there. All these 3 have been, items that have been brought with council prioritization to staff that we just believe would be good to memorialize in the strategic plan. To quote the strategic plan, a strategic plan is a living document and a framework that is adjusted based on the current evolving needs of the community. A successful year 1 has showed us the value of the strategic plan as an organizing and prioritization tool, and we look forward to all that will be accomplished in year 2 and beyond. And that concludes staff recommendation. I'll turn it over to the mayor and council for questions and comments or further recommendations if you'd like, and our executive team is available to answer detailed questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with Councilmember Maas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, thank you for the work that you've all done on this. I've been watching last year's workshop, and I was there in person as a resident. So I just want to thank you for your time. Also, I support the addition of the OC Riverwalk project funding opportunities, or the search for funding opportunities. My question is really, or my comment is really around Goal F, Strategy 2, and that's the future of Angel Stadium. It's really important to me, and I know our residents, that we have community engagement. So I'm hoping, similar to what my colleague, Councilmember Campos Kurtz recommended with the senior center, we do something similar with Angel Stadium. So whether that's a community forum where we hear community feedback, or where we're presenting the facts and where we're at now, I think that community engagement is very important. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. And we've done a lot. That's good. A lot more to do. And you know, this is kind of a passion of mine, the whole strategic plan and helping us move forward in a direction. So I appreciate the structure for it. I appreciate us being able to kind of align and focus around these things. What I would like to do is, as we look at our budget, I mean, our budget will change over time, and this is I guess it's a 9-year strategic plan now since it's a year old, but I would like to do kind of a funding plan for this too, so that we have pots of money out there as LPMR is available to us where we can achieve some of these things. And I know it's going to be difficult in the next couple of years to do some of the things that cost a lot of money, but I don't want to see us get out there and have allocated all the LPMR money to things that aren't our priorities. And we've identified these as our priorities. So let's look at a long-term plan. Let's make some projections. Let's start putting pots of money for things like corridor improvements and beautification. That's a priority of ours. We're sometimes have to pay for that out of general fund because there's not a lot of grants just to make things pretty. So let's put some money towards that. Let's allocate that. Let's find some things, and I've mentioned this, our community services thing. Some of our non-fun things need to be updated, like bathrooms in parks need doors. So let's identify some funding for those types of needs where we can do some of that infrastructure improvements that we don't always have money tagged for. So I'd like to see a long-term plan on that as we come back, I don't know, maybe in a few months or 6 months or something like that. Just making sure that we have money allocated for that. I appreciate the work that we're doing on rental inspection and making that a little bit better. Talk about the economic development strategic plan, that's great. Improvements in our outreach, I mean, those are all things that I kind of had keyed that I didn't know what was happening, but you've answered some of those questions. One of the other big things that's going on is this Resort 2.0, which also kind of ties right into tying our destinations together and the East-West Connector and all that. I would like to make a suggestion that maybe we have an ad hoc of the council that can work with our partners, and whether that's Disney, Visit Anaheim, OC Vibe, Angels, if we ever start going on there, and then the city staff on our transportation and things, and that marketing branch of how do we tie all this together physically and from a marketing perspective, because that really is a destination that will be one of a kind in the world, and how do we capitalize on that to bring people to Anaheim. So I'm going to throw out that, gee, I'd love to be on that, just because, once again, another passion of mine. And if Councilmember Kurtz or Councilmember Maas would like to participate on that because it's their districts, absolutely, I'd love to have them on that. And I don't know what the process is for that, but that's my suggestion.
Don't have 4 of us.
Yes, there's 3 of us. I threw out there. It's like me because I want to, and them because it makes sense. But I do have a lot of background in that and transportation expertise that I think can help.
And I think each of us have a passion for the areas that we represent. So certainly, if we're going to have one, I want to be part of it.
Okay.
I would gladly be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, so those are my comments on this and things that I would like to see kind of brought back as part of this. So, thanks.
Thank you. And it's interesting to see all the work in a short period of time. You all have done a lot of work. One thing I want to thank you for is being flexible, because issues have come up. Resort 2.0, city transportation, and taking a look at ATN. Those are huge issues that have surfaced that we didn't mention, talk about, think about back when we first met. But as they've come up, you've realized they fit right into the strategic plan and have made it part of that. So I want to thank you for that, and in putting something like the city transportation in the 1-2 year category, understanding it might be an emergency soon. So, we don't know, but you found a place to fit it, and I want to thank you for being flexible in that way. And I think, I haven't. Also, thank you to keep moving on those things like the Housing Trust and the guidelines and so forth. I know because they're part of the strategic plan, the 1-2 year plan. While we're asking about it, you're also supporting that effort to move it forward because it fits right into the plan, and you want to be able to report and accomplish those things in the time frame in which was established. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and also for Councilmember Meeks being a champion of the strategic plan. That the process that we went through last year was a good one. So I also completely agree on the long-term funding package. It would be great if we could have a strategic plan, and specifically around the LPMR. And then also, just assessing, I think I brought this up last time, but it could be part of this initiative as well as looking at parking assessments in the city. I think that would definitely be a good revenue stream that could help offset, because I've heard several times the LPMR is already spent. We'll figure out where that actually is going now that we're going to look at a long-term funding plan. So that's something that's important. Economic development, I'm glad to see that that's still a major priority. You know how I feel about outside contractors conducting strategic plans, but we'll see how this one goes. But I really hope that the focus is on retaining and attracting businesses in our city, because that has to be priority number one. We have a lot of small businesses, especially in, I'm not even just in District 3, but I pay attention the most to my district, that are not doing well, that have closed down. There has to be a way for us to be able to support these businesses through that process. I know the chamber has gone away, but there has to be some ways that our economic development department could help offset some of that stuff, like ribbon cuttings, SBA initiatives, access to capital. So just stuff like that would be great to see in that strategic plan if Sergio is here. I agree on the Housing Trust. Would love to see us focus on first-time home buyer programs, because the best way out of poverty is home ownership, and I think that we need to make sure that we're offering that to our residents here. Infrastructure, if we can add, and I know this is a point of contention, but I think somebody gave me the number of $350,000 to add additional tree trimming. My district in particular, the Colony area, has a lot of palm trees, and those little palm fronds fall. And I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but we do have residents who fall, who trip. It's a safety issue, and the big fronds fall on the ground, and they just lay there for weeks. So that has to be something that we prioritize. It is a #1 complaint that I get from residents in District 3. And then a communication plan. I think it was mentioned at our strategic plan, but I didn't see it here, but I apologize if I just missed it. It would be nice if we had better communication. When I worked for the state at the Assembly Member's office, we could actually send out an email to every constituent in the district, because it was something that the state purchased for the Assembly Member. That would be great to have from a communications perspective, just so that residents are aware of when the district meetings are occurring, or when they can't park on their street because we have construction going on. These are ongoing complaints that I get text messages about, and it would be really nice if we can communicate more effectively with our residents. But other than that, it's amazing. So just thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I too wasn't here when this was created, but fantastic job. Good job, staff, getting this done. And I'm not sure, but I think Councilmember Meeks, you may have looked at my notes before you were there, because I couldn't agree with you more. You know, when those LPMR bonds come due, I mean, infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. And it's, I hate to say it, it's never anything sexy. It's everything you don't see. It's the pipes in the park. It's the electrical lines that run underneath the streets. There is so much out there. And in some instances, you know, some of these we're getting, you know, major line breaks in terms of water, let's say in a park, and then that requires you to fix that. And in the time you do that, your field dies. You got to put more water, more resources to that. So I couldn't agree with you anymore. Infrastructure and figuring out a way to allot some of those funds, whether you bond it out or whatever, I think is a great idea. The other last thing I wanted to mention, and I don't know if it's even possible, but I saw in here looking into options for redevelopment, and it was in the 3 to 5 year plan. I didn't know if it's doable to move that up or not. So those are my comments, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that went into this and for reminding us how much that we have already done. There's a couple of things there that I forgot that I was like, yes, we did do that. One of the things I wanted to ask is when we were looking at larger projects, and again, I understand it's a function of money with LPMR coming due, but when we look at things like senior centers, or sports complexes, it's really a function of available land. So can we build in a plan where if a parcel that is unique that actually could be used to do youth sports or for sports tourism or a senior center, that we are, even if we don't have the money right now to build it, we are at least acquiring an asset that we might be able to repurpose for one of these important priorities. And until we're waiting. And then I also wanted to just follow up. I know Councilmember Maz mentioned the Angel Stadium. Do we have a timeline for when we think, and I guess I'm thankful that the Angels agreed to let us go onto our own property and do the infrastructure study. But do we have an idea of when that is going to be completed?
Yeah, we'd like to come back and have that item, and we're saying fall. So, you know, over the summer, the work will be completed, and then we want to, you know, have that opportunity to evaluate it and prepare a presentation for you and get something to you in the fall.
Okay, and then what do we have a plan yet for any next steps, or are we going to wait till the infrastructure audit is done to see what it says?
Correct. We really want to get the facts and understand those completely, and then we'll be coming to you and seeking direction in terms of what those next steps would be after we have a full understanding of what the report finds. Okay,
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ted, Alyssa, and the entire team for your continued work on all of this. I had a question on, for Goal E, supporting public safety. And I'm looking at the actual strategic plan document that was on there. I'm not sure if it's up there, but so there were 8 strategies in here, and one of them is assess the city's emergency preparedness capabilities, resources, and tools, and implement changes as needed to ensure the city is properly positioned to respond to disasters. And we put that in the 5 to 10 year column. Can you remind me why we put it in the 5 to 10 year column? Or does anybody remember why that was put in the 5 to 10 year column?
So I don't recall the specifics on that one, so I do apologize on that. But you know, my sense is that really is an ongoing thing that we're doing. Obviously, we pivoted and looked. I've had conversations with both the police chief and the fire chief, and following the LA fires, obviously, and that's you know, presented its own sort of prior differences in prioritization, looking at fuel mod and those types of things. So, you know, as much as that is a 10-year, you know, 5 to 10 year category, that's obviously something that is really happening ongoing. It could be, you know, in here as sort of 1 to 2, but it's really an ongoing category. I think what part of that is looking at maybe some of those larger term, there's been some concepts around sort of like a police training facility and some of those longer terms, maybe capital programs that we might look at that could fall into that. It's obviously a very loosely, identified category, and so it gives us a lot of flexibility. I don't know if I don't want to call them up if they don't necessarily, but if you wanted to hear more from the chief in terms of his thoughts, I would offer that if it's something that the council wanted to hear from him.
Yeah, I mean, if you could, Chief, and more, I understand that we've said this before from the dais that we're a unique city and obviously a target, so we always have to be prepared, but also just on the natural disaster side, I was curious as to why, I don't remember why we put it in the 5 to 10 year mark. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what we're doing constantly, to Ted's point, that this is an ongoing thing.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, in regards to natural disasters, I can refer, especially when it comes to the fires, I can refer to the fire chief. But when it comes to human disasters, and those are the man-made disasters, right, terrorism and stuff, that's something that we're working on literally a daily basis. We do have an emergency management team that's part of our real-time crime center that does threat assessments with our current facilities, especially with the events that are coming up, the Olympics as an example, and expansions. We're working with our business partners on making sure that the venues that we do have are properly vetted, and making sure that we do have the resources and a plan to respond to, God forbid, a significant incident in one of our venues. And I'll defer to the fire chief for the natural disasters.
Mayor and City Council, if memory serves, part of that conversation was we were looking for a permanent location for a new EOC. And when we moved that out of the utilities property onto the first floor of West Tower, that is serving our current needs. I think it's still a long-term goal that we'll have to look at, but the facility we're in now is very adequate. And then it goes to updating our emergency response plans, our emergency continuity of operations plan, and all those FEMA and state documents that we have to do to make sure those are all in compliance. So I think that was the kind of the 10-year mark, but we're in a good spot with that, with where we're at now.
Okay, no, thank you, Chief, and Chief. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was looking at it, and again, that just seems like something that we should be doing on a regular basis. So I don't know if that's something that we might be able to clarify. I'm not trying to go back and rehash the entire strategic plan, but just from a clarity perspective, that's something we can take a look at. Maybe there's a reasoning as to, I think to the chief's point, maybe it was more on the infrastructure side of things, but definitely something that I think we should be, and sounds like we are looking at constantly and updating accordingly. I echo my colleague on, well, most of the things I agree with. Definitely the first-time home buyers program is another one. Enhancing livability. I know that the team has been really trying to use every tool at their disposal to continue addressing homelessness in our community. I think that was one of our top priorities, top strategies at the strategic plan, if I'm not mistaken. But that's something that I think is visible. And obviously there's nothing to say that, well, it's over, we're done, we're good. It's an ongoing issue that we're going to be addressing and having to work with. But I do appreciate staff's work, and especially PD and everybody else for being creative in addressing that. The other comment I had was on the invest in infrastructure side. I know that there's, I think, number 10, research the creation of new parks on Edison easement. Just if possible, if we might be able to move that up, and happy to work with staff on that. I know Shani knows which park and which area I'm specifically talking about. I know a lot of it has to do with funding, and obviously we want to be very mindful and careful of what we spend and how up until the LPMR bonds are paid off. But if there's something that we can do to at least put together a plan, an action plan, a realistic timeline potentially of what it might look like and what it would take to actually have those Edison easements turned into parks. Happy to have the District 2 location be the guinea pig, but at least something that we can point to and have an action plan ready to go if and when funding is available to move that forward. I think that's another important thing that I'd like to focus on. Obviously, the corridor improvements, Brookers, we probably want to update that because I think our Public Works team did secure some grant funding for medians on Brookers. And so I appreciate the team's ongoing efforts and looking for those new funding opportunities for Brookers and District 2 and West Anaheim in general. So I think that's all I have right now. But again, I appreciate the team's continued work and efforts on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. As everyone else was talking, I just thought of something else. In the livability area, the whole problem with sober living homes and that kind of living, especially as the courts move on the issue, would really like us to take a look at whether we need new ordinances or how we can tighten up what we do to improve our neighborhoods, as some neighborhoods are getting inundated with those types of homes.
Any other comments? Do we need to, this is just an informational item, or do we need to do a vote for a receive and file?
No, this is the information. I don't know if there's any direction that would be given to staff on that, but I don't know if with that information, staff could come forward.
We did have, the council did take a vote to approve the strategic plan a year ago. And I do think it'd be appropriate, since we are recommending those changes to the strategic plan, to have a vote incorporating the proposed changes.
Okay, I will make a motion to accept those proposed changes.
I'll second.
Perfect.
Also incorporating some of the comments that we gave you, correct? Thank you.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Item 29 is a presentation regarding programs and services for seniors and older adults offered by the Community Services Department, as requested by Councilmember Kurtz. Councilmember Kurtz, would you like a staff report? I'm assuming.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming.
Yes, ma'am. Would like a staff report.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is a request from Councilmember Kurtz for an overview on Anaheim's older adults programs and services. With me tonight is Joe Perez, our Human Services Manager, and Brian Schwann, Community Services Superintendent, as well as some of our staff from our older adults program, including Maureen Richardson, whom you heard from earlier today. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Joe Perez. He is going to lead this presentation that will include information on census data, history of senior services in Anaheim, current programming levels, and future initiatives.
Great, thank you, Shawnee. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of our Anaheim Older Adults program. We appreciate the continued support that you have all provided over the course of the past few years. As our city's aging demographics evolve, it's more important than ever that we continue to strengthen the infrastructure that allows our older residents to age with dignity, connection, and purpose. Anaheim's Older Adults program is one of our department's fastest growing service areas. This follows census data collected in 2020 that identified a total of 62,834 individuals ages 60 years of age and older as residents of our city. To this day, Anaheim continues to rank as the top city of residence for older adults, and within a few decades, Orange County residents aged 65 years and older are expected to represent nearly 25% of the county's total population. If you're familiar, when we say older adults, we're referring to 3 distinct categories of aging population: the youngest old, that are generally 60 to 74 years of age; the middle old that are 75 to 84 years of age, and the oldest old that are 85 years of age and older. As a whole, our older adults form part of a larger silver tsunami affecting California and the nation as a whole. Taking a quick look back, our older adults program has deep roots that began in the early 60s. The senior program, as it was called then, was formally established in 1964 and managed by the Anaheim Parks and Recreation Department, now known as Community Services. It has since grown in response to both demographic changes and community input that have worked to address the ever-changing and growing needs of the aging population. What began as a basic recreation program for older adults has since evolved into a system of support that includes opportunities to engage in education, food access, technology, health and wellness, fitness, recreation, and social connections, all of which have proven to be essential for stable health and mental well-being. Of course, over many years, we have continuously enhanced, improved, and offered programs and services that are responsive and accessible citywide. This evolution reflects Anaheim's longstanding commitment to meeting the needs of our older adult residents where they are to ensure that they stay connected and engaged. In looking at the structure of the city's older adults program, our mission is quite simple. How best can we support older residents by enhancing quality of life through the provision of meaningful programs, projects, events, and activities, strengthen community connections through active participation and engagement, all the while supporting their families and caregivers by providing respite and assistance services. This is all done to the preservation of dignity and independence for every older adult participant in our program. Ultimately, through our programs, we strive to deter loneliness and isolation. These principles help guide our work as we create a thriving, age-friendly Anaheim where all residents, regardless of age, have access to resources, relationships, and opportunities. At present, the city offers programming at 8 city facilities that stretch across the entire city. Community centers, youth centers, and family resource centers alike transform into older adult program hubs that offer an array of programs, events, and activities that connect and engage older adults and keep them coming back. You'll note 2 sites with orange stars on the screen that highlight our latest expansion in 2024 through an allocation of funding led by Councilmember Kurtz. Thank you. Where we increased the reach of our older adult programming by adding staff and expanding our service area to the Miraloma Park and Ponderosa Park Family Resource Centers. This was also done in direct response to a citywide needs assessment that I'll share about a little bit later in this presentation. Please know that all of our program sites serve as physical hubs for health and wellness, fitness, recreation, enrichment, and community connection. Proudly, they are programmed as flexible spaces that also provide opportunities for intergenerational programming, as many of these locations also host Tiny Tots, Project Say, youth camps, and other community programs that offer well-rounded support to the entire community that include our older adults. In terms of programming, we are proud to offer a comprehensive and responsive system of support that addresses the most important interests and needs of our older adults. Our programming follows a structure that was created through the Orange County Strategic Plan for Aging in 2018 and provides us with a foundation through which we can create and implement programming that falls within 6 distinct categories of service, including health and wellness, social and supportive services, fitness and recreation, education, nutrition, and transportation programs that are key in stabilizing and enriching the lives of our older residents. The programming offered is not created in a silo. The city does a lot, but we can't do it all. We rely heavily on over 200 community and nonprofit agency partnerships that have been forged through trust and time. Together, we work in step to offer the best level of support possible with a well-rounded schedule of programs and activities, including free income tax preparation, creative arts workshops, fitness programs, and transportation services, to name just a few. Our Anaheim Public Library system also plays a key role in supporting the well-being and engagement of Anaheim's older adult population. Through a variety of targeted programs and services, including digital literacy assistance, health and wellness workshops, social activities, and educational opportunities, The Anaheim Public Library provides 7 safe and inclusive facilities where older adults can connect, learn, and participate actively in the community. As with our older adults program, services offered through our libraries not only help reduce social isolation, but also promote lifelong learning and enhance quality of life. In regards to staffing, the City of Anaheim's Older Adults Program is comprised by a highly dedicated team of 10 staff members. These individuals are the core and foundation of our program and are responsible for being the friendly face and smile that greets each of our older adults on a daily basis. The program is managed by full-time Community Services Supervisor Maureen Richardson, who manages the program implementation at all 8 older adult program sites. Each program site has 1 to 2 staff that are assigned and responsible to develop and implement day-to-day programming designed specifically for their assigned location. Certainly, each of our staff carry many and varied responsibilities related to programming, but there are also, and many times more important, tasks to be present, to listen, to engage, to share, and ultimately to establish trusting relationships with every participant possible. As we know, that these interactions may be the only significant contact an older adult may have throughout their entire day. In 2024, through a partnership with the Anaheim Community Foundation, we participated in a citywide youth and families and older adults needs assessment. The results were published this past September, and the data identified 5 key recommendations for older adults that now help guide our development of new opportunities to address and close service gaps. These include the exploration of physical space and potential of a dedicated senior center, the offering of culturally appropriate programs and services that emphasize social and physical activity, the increase in communication and awareness of all older adult and city programs, and the provision of social engagement activities and volunteerism. And lastly, the planning ahead to continue to address the ever-changing needs of our older adult population. Some efforts have already begun, including the enhancement of multicultural programming by offering culturally appropriate activities at program sites, including the Eid Festival, Cinco de Mayo celebrations, St. Patrick's Day celebrations, and the Persian Nowruz and Chinese New Year celebrations. In addition, I'm happy to note that we've engaged our city's public information office to assist us in our communication efforts to bring more awareness of the opportunities offered by our Older Adults program. Next month, we plan on launching a community-wide marketing campaign to include Channel 3 video segments that highlight our nutrition, transportation, and fitness programs, among others, to ensure our residents are aware and knowledgeable of the activities and services available to them. I share with you the why. Why do we do what we do? As you read through our participant testimonials above, these mean the world to us. It's evident that our care, our compassion, our programs and services, and our staff are the difference makers. We are proud of the program, opportunities, and caring staff that we offer, and we know that we're making a difference. Above all, our older adults should feel valued, heard, connected, and remain engaged and independent. Our commitment to this goes beyond just programs and services. What we do is offer Anaheim's older adults with a sense of place, purpose, hope, and partnership. These are just a few snapshots that demonstrate the importance of engagement and socialization. Again, key factors that lead to stable health and mental well-being. Whether it's a flower arrangement class, a game of volleyball, participating in recreation activities, or celebrating a cultural holiday, these are moments in time well spent that are meaningful to those we serve. In closing, I want to highlight that we are providing more than just programming. Our commitment is essential to ensuring that independence, inclusion, and dignity are maintained at all times. As Anaheim's older adult population continues to age in place, we are at a critical moment in time. We hold steadfast with our goal to ensure that every older adult, regardless of age, has access to safe spaces, meaningful opportunities, and caring staff. We double down on this with our older adult population, given the many barriers and challenges they are faced with daily. The City of Anaheim's Older Adults Program is answering the call by empowering its older residents to age gracefully, remain active, in place, and continue to live with purpose. The smiles say it all. Thank you again for your time. This concludes our report. We're more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. That was so informative, and thank you for all the hard work you guys do. Turn it over to Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Moss.
First of all, thank you very much. If ever you wonder if what you're doing is worth it, I was at Ponderosa Thursday morning. Ran into an older adult, came up to me and said, she was participating in a flower arrangement class, by the way. She said, just a few months ago, I was sitting at home waiting to die. I have no family close by, and she says, I didn't even turn the TV on anymore. I was just waiting to die. And she says, but today, next I'm going to Zumba. She is happy, alive, well, encouraging friends to go. So I thank you for what you're doing. Again, if you ever once think, is it worth it? You're saving lives. So I thank you. I am so looking forward to that department growing and also eventually having a senior center. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Kurtz, for championing this for our older adults, and thank you to our staff. I work in the area of senior services, and I've known Maureen for over 10 years, and you did a great job working with what you had, but an even better job now that you have the support of a robust staff. I see the benefits of these programs every day. And I just have one little wish list, if I could, that we don't wait to have our standalone senior center to implement even more programming, to maybe think outside the box or outside the walls, and maybe we see some programming in our parks, maybe more walking clubs or Tai Chi or yoga or even art in the parks. That programming would be welcomed. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. And you guys do a great job. And the map showing all the locations where this is available makes it convenient for people. I get the senior newsletter, and the calendar is packed full of stuff. I'm too busy to go to any of it, even though I qualify. But no, you have a full schedule, variety of activities, celebrations on every holiday conceivable, food, transportation's available. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. How many of the spaces have like kind of just open senior spaces? Like you can go anytime and play cards with somebody or, whatever those are. I know this one does.
Sure. Yeah. So generally in the mornings, our community centers, youth centers, and family resource centers are senior hubs. And so every single location has space that is dedicated to our older adult population.
Awesome. That's great. I guess go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because when kids are in school,
Yeah.
then our gymnasiums, our youth centers are open, and so that's when we're able to program them as for our older adult population.
Yeah, so you can do older adult things in the larger spaces in the mornings and then have other people using them. I guess that's my concern with standalone senior center is that we're not being able to make it multifunctional. Well, I have a couple of concerns, and so I guess I want to understand the reasoning for that. I mean, I think, one, spaces are more flexible when other people can use them, and we can use them for a lot of different things. The seniors aren't having a dance party every moment of the day. So, they're more flexible when we can utilize larger spaces, but still have an allocated senior space so they're not having to live with, teenage chaos, right? So I think it's just more economical, it's better. I also really love the idea of multi-generational spaces where maybe there's a program where seniors read to toddlers in the morning, or, teach teenagers to sew, or whatever those things are, because I think that I like the thought of that multi-generational, building respect for each other, not being so isolated in your different age brackets. So that's kind of my concern as we talk about a standalone center. I'm not sure that that is the value that that's not where I would spend my money necessarily. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Bayless.
We're good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you to staff for their work, on their continued work throughout our city for this. I had two quick questions. One, I know one of the programs you mentioned, we partner with a number of different nonprofit organizations, and I saw that Senior Meals on Wheels was on there. Not necessarily just with that one, but with all the organizations. Are you hearing any concerns in terms of kind of from a federal funding perspective, if there's any concerns on any of that?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. On everybody's mind, certainly is the status of funding that would continue to flow into each of the organizations is a deep concern of all nonprofits that we work with.
And is that something that we're looking, at least from our side, from the staff side, is that something that's kind of on our radar in terms of do we have a backup plan, or do we have something in our back pockets that would allow us to continue some of these services that many times are crucial for our active older adults? Is that something that we've discussed or taken a look at?
Sure, so we're in constant communication, obviously, with those that we partner with. And part of it is we're still waiting to hear from the federal government exactly what is going to be the reductions or the changes to the funding. And so we don't want to overreact, but certainly we're having discussions specifically on part of the Human Services Network. There's discussion happening within the nonprofits groups of what do we do if funding is reduced? How can we consolidate our services to be able to continue to provide service to our residents?
I appreciate that. I should clarify that it's not just federal funding, it's also state funding. Correct. We don't know where the state budget is going to come in at as well. So I appreciate staff being proactive and taking a look at that, making sure that we're on top of it. The other question I had for the Brookers Community Center, can you clarify the access that seniors have for the community center? I could be remembering incorrectly, but I believe someone came up to me saying that they used to be able to go in there Tuesday, Thursday, and that's no longer the case. Can you clarify the schedule?
Yeah, sure. So generally, again, it's a community center and it is a shared space. And so we work with all the user groups that are participating there at the site. Over time, schedules evolve, the needs evolve, the interests of our seniors evolve, and so we, adjust our scheduling. But generally, the community centers, as I shared earlier, are open for use by our older adults. There are challenges because, of the competing interest for space, but we do our best to be able to share the space and make sure that we're able to serve everyone. But again, it does come with some challenges.
Now, go ahead.
If I could just add a little bit to that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but at Brookers Community Center, we've had a long history of senior programs that have taken place at that facility, and they really have, for the exception of a couple of rooms, have the run of the facility from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Fridays, and then besides the tiny tots in the morning, but at that facility specifically, it is primarily senior programs taking place during that time frame.
Awesome. Okay, so then at the Brookers Community Center in the mornings, they still have that access, except for the tiny tot exceptions, for the most part. Is that correct?
For the most part, that would be
That's
true.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that because I know that she mentioned, this is the only place I go to. So again, I could be remembering incorrectly, but I just wanted to throw that out there. But I just want to. I'll conclude with this. I think my colleague summed it up correctly, and you summed it up correctly in your presentation, that you're mindful that these interactions could be the only interaction that some of these seniors and active older adults have in their day. And so I very much appreciate the continued work and continued effort to make sure that they know that we as a city value them, that we see them, that we want to support them, and that we want to be able to provide them with that outlet and that opportunity. That's definitely something that's really important to me. And I do want to thank staff. I want to applaud my colleague as well for her continued advocacy for our active older adults. And I think that's something that we're all very much supportive of here in our city. So again, thank you for all you do. And we're looking forward to more programming in the Honorary District 2 Community Center. That's Brooker's friend. I'm making a joke. But again, I appreciate it. Even though one of your, even if Brian went to Anaheim High School, we'll look past it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a couple of quick questions. First one, I used to work in an organization, and they've had a dedicated senior center, I think I know for sure at least 25 years, if not a little bit more. So I'm curious, how did we get to here? Has this been a strategy of the department, whereas to, wherever there is, you've spread it across the city because there's a huge need out there, or was it just this is where we've got the space? Has the strategy always been, we know we need a senior facility, we just don't have the budget for it? Just curious.
Well, I think it's an evolution. Brian, if you can pull up the history slide. Yeah, it's an evolution. It's been an evolution where spaces have been created out of existing facilities and adapted for older adults to be able to utilize. I can't speak for the reasoning behind that in terms of how we got to this point, but we've maximized, and we're proud of the programming that we're doing with any available space that we can program, and we have the staffing to be able to do it, that we're able to create those opportunities for our seniors. I can share the Downtown Anaheim Community Center that was built in the mid to late 90s was probably the first dedicated space for seniors. The west wing of the community center was dedicated solely for use by our older adults. And that is a prime example of one side being a family resource center, the other side being a older adults hub. But again, it comes with challenges because of the many and varied and competing interests with the user groups that we have in being able to allocate space. And that's part of the concerns that we hear, is that there isn't enough space for the programming that we want to provide. And, so that's the example that I can give you.
I can also just add a little bit. Joe is absolutely correct, but going back a couple of decades, the senior programs in Anaheim were heavily supported by the Anaheim Senior Club. It still happens today. And with that was the challenge of having very limited number of staff that oversaw our senior programs. So what naturally occurred was that you had one main hub and then programming that was being done at a couple of off sites, but there weren't staff. There weren't staff that were doing programming at those locations. So they were not as robust, nor did we have anything close to the resources to be able to expand to the number of locations that you saw on the map earlier. So I think we are evolving as a city where we are prioritizing this, and we are maximizing now those uses at our facilities. So we're having senior programs at youth centers in the morning because they're not being utilized by the youth. Or we're looking at our community centers in the east, and we're creating those spaces, and those spaces that aren't being heavily used. And now we're programming with the staff, and they're programming those locations based on the needs of those residents living in those neighborhoods. So you're not going to see, for an example, of senior bingo on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock at every senior serving facility. No, you're going to find programs that seniors in those neighborhoods that are looking they're looking at, whether they're culturally appropriate, whether they're addressing maybe food needs. You know, sometimes you sneak in the food as part of the program, but the reality is, you know, that might be their only meal for the day. So I know I'm very long-winded here, but I wanted to give you the history of we started very small with support from another program, and now we're getting bigger and better at what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I'll tell you this. I've begun to start looking at the active older adults because I'm moving into that category now. So your programming is awesome for sure. I mean, you can put it against any other city, and I think you won't find anything missing. That's for sure. With the older active adults needs assessment, identifying the fact that a standalone senior center is needed, would you envision then, I'm not entirely sure just one, probably more than one, but would you envision still using the outlying facilities for programming, or would you bring it all in-house to whatever that senior facility would be?
I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be based on need. It's going to be based on need. If the need is to continue to host programming at a standalone, and then still do, offshoot programming at our existing facilities, yeah, we're open to it. Our goal is to maximize every single space that we have in our facilities with the uses, the intended uses, and again, to meet the needs of the community. So, I mean, we would welcome that challenge. Because again, it's the staff. The staff are the ones that are the difference makers. Those that are assigned to the centers and working hard to be able to create opportunities with every single space that we have available to us.
Well, I'll just sum this up by saying, I mentioned, where I used to work for. I'm telling you that building was programmed between 7:30 in the morning all the way to 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I mean, it was constant, every room, every hour, every day. So anyways, thank you.
I just want to say, good job. We have 2 in District 3, and I know that we have a pretty active senior group. So I just want to thank you for all of your hard work there, especially since the 2 of you are graduates of Anaheim High School. So you understand the community and the needs of our district. But I also wanted just to expand on something that Councilmember Meeks mentioned. So I actually think that's a great idea about incorporating our younger, like you have Project Say that is also out of the youth center with our older population, because there is so much wisdom and knowledge that I think that our seniors could bring to our youth, and the youth could just, reinvigorate and challenge our older adult population. So I think that would be a great way to have some synergy between the 2 populations, so.
Yeah, and we do programming that is that intergenerational programming. For an example, the tech, we have our Project Say kids come in and provide tech classes to our seniors on how to use our mobile devices.
Oh,
and so
nice.
just to be able to educate them on the full capacity of what an iPhone or a phone can do. And so that's just, connecting the 2 generations to be able to learn from each other, which again, we're welcome.
Perfect, thank you.
And then I'm just going to add, one of the things Joe talked about tonight was that we sort of have these 3 generations of older adults that we all lump into one category. And so we really do get a varied responses on folks who maybe want their own facility because they just want to be there and quiet and hang out with their own friends playing cards. But then we have the younger ones who might want to be more active, and then other ones who do want to, interact with other generations. So I will be honest, we get a wide variety of responses to that question.
Thank you.
I know this discussion is not on a senior center specifically, but if I may say, there is a big difference when seniors have their own center. Just when the center itself is dedicated to them, information you have on the walls may be different, the way the restrooms operate may be different. So while I don't know where exactly a standalone senior center would be, I absolutely support one.
Okay. All right. Again, I think this is an informational item, so we don't need any action on this. Item 30 is a resolution declaring the city's intent to use the property located at 1251 West Lincoln Avenue for future development of a new fire station. Do we want a staff report on the new fire station, or?
I mean, if it would be probably beneficial to just do a brief staff report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. The item before you is a resolution declaring the city's intent to use the property located at 1251 West Lincoln Avenue for a new fire station in District 3. By way of background, at the March 25th City Council meeting, Councilmember Rubalcaba made the request that staff bring forth this item. The subject property is comprised of two parcels. The first, a 0.68 acre site that was a former redevelopment agency property, and a larger 0.91 acre site owned by Caltrans. The city is in discussions with Caltrans and the state legislatures about utilizing the property for a fire station. The state is open to a transfer for public use. If approved, the proposed resolution will certify that the city's plan to utilize the property for a new fire station, facilitating the process with Caltrans for the transfer of their portion of the property. Any required actions related to the proposed fire station project, including designation of the property for public use, development costs, and budget allocation, will be brought forth to council in the future for consideration. This item furthers the strategic plan Goal E, support of public safety, as it begins planning for what would be Fire Station 13. There would be no impact to the budget for tonight's item. This concludes my report. Staff is available to answer any questions.
And thank you, Mayor. If I may just expand on that. So the mayor and I have been working with Caltrans, Assemblymember Valencia's office, city staff, and fire to really move this initiative forward. And I just want to, just for the benefit of my other colleagues who have not been involved in this, we have been working with fire and identified the need for a new fire station to service not only District 3, but also District 1 and 2. We have very densely populated areas. And right now we have Fire Station 1 on Broadway, and it's great, but we just need to make sure we're planning for the future. So one of the parcels that was identified is the one that Sergio just mentioned, but the challenge is that 40% of the property is owned by Caltrans. So it has been a very long process. We've worked tirelessly and tried to get many of our elected officials to help push this forward. We finally are about, I think, what would you say, 60, 70% there? And one of the things that the Caltrans director and her large team of people who attended this meeting let us know is that we needed to provide them with a resolution that just states that this property would be used only for public use. And that is why we've brought this resolution to the council today to get your consent and also just buy-in on the utilization of this property for public use. We've also reached out to some of our state assembly members, including Sharon Quirk-Silva, Avelino Valencia, who's part of this process, and also State Senator Umberg and our federal congressional member Lou Correa to also help provide us with letters of support, because this is just a very cumbersome process and we want to make sure that we secure this site so that we could move forward with developing Station 13 there. So with that, I would like to ask a motion to approve.
You want to make it?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second it. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim declaring the city's intent to use the property located at 1251 West Lincoln Avenue for the future development of a new fire station. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So item 31 we already addressed. So next is District 1 appointment to the Housing and Community Development Commission. Councilmember Bayless, do you have an appointment for District 1?
Yes, I do. Sorry. Gabriel Smith, please.
Bless you.
Cough you. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Gabriel Smith.
Gabriel Smith. Great choice. Okay, please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward.
So next is our report on closed session. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
I do not.
Okay. We don't have any non-agenda item public comments left over from our first period. So now is the time for future agenda items. Does anyone have an item they would like to place on a future agenda? Councilmember Maas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to request that a resolution be agendized for the city to consider becoming an early childhood-friendly city. The resolution would formally declare its commitment to the healthy development and well-being of children and express support for the efforts of school districts and community organizations that promote early childhood initiatives. I will work with staff to draft the resolution language.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple informational items. I would like to agendize a presentation from our police department on proactive steps and tips that homeowners and business owners can take to secure their homes and businesses to avoid burglaries. Some of the proactive steps as well that our police teams are taking to address this issue as well. The second presentation I'd like to agendize from our OCTA team to give an update and more information on the new Wave Card and app that are going to be coming to public transportation later this year.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacava?
I would just like to request to work with staff to bring back an ordinance or some sort of a resolution that gives our, and this is nothing that we're concerned about now, but I would just like to plan for the future now that we're expanding with Disney Forward and OC Vibe, that our public safety agencies, fire, police, have the first right of refusal if these big events centers like even Disney are looking to outsource to a different agency. It's not a problem here in Anaheim now, but when I was in Sacramento, it was something that other cities had mentioned is happening in their city where, for example, the 49ers might be, they are, where are they located? Santa Clara. So they're in Santa Clara, but they are now looking to have San Francisco first responders be the agency that's actually supporting. So I'd like to protect our city first responders and public safety agencies and make sure that we get ahead of that potential issue.
Okay, well, seeing no other items, with no other business before the council, we stand adjourned until May 29th, a Thursday, 2025. Thank you.